The climate action stage. With me on the stage is Jade Begay, the Climate Justice Campaign Director for the NDN Collective. Welcome, Jade.
Thank you, Cameron.
So we've got a packed agenda here today on the climate action stage. I want to run down a little bit of what's going on here. It is Adaptation and Agricultural Day for COP27, so that's the broader context. Today on our stage, we have a program called Catalyzing Private Sector Investment in African Women on the Frontiers of Climate Change. We have Following the Thread of Climate Action Across the Apparel Value Chain, Forests as Climate Solutions, Change-Making Journey for Climate Action, and Amazon on the Verge of a New Future. And you know, Jade, as I looked at that program yesterday, it's the adaptation that's involved in that is huge. So I want to start there. What do you see as the value in focusing a whole day on adaptation and agriculture?
Yeah, good question. From my perspective, well, I work with indigenous communities, as you know, and we are in the midst of having to adapt, having to change how we have been living because we're either being displaced or our communities are, as many people know, we're the first to have climate impacts reach our communities. And so this is how we're living our lives. And so dedicating a day to adaptation, I think, is really important to just shine light on what the experience of adaptation looks like on the ground for indigenous or frontline communities, and what is needed to help with that adaptation.
Well, I mean, it's interesting when you think about one of the biggest factors that they talk about in the Global South is that it has had 4% of the impact on climate change. You've had even less. And so in a lot of ways, you're dealing with, you know, the damage that was done when you had no role. But in many ways, indigenous people's cultures are built around the concept of balance. They're built around the concept of, you know, living in harmony with nature. So what can we do to take advantage of that, to give you not just a seat at the table, but really kind of an opportunity to share that knowledge more broadly?
Yeah, so we were talking earlier about how, and many people know this stat already, that 80% of the world's biodiversity is protected or stewarded by indigenous peoples. And that protection is rooted in our cosmology. It's rooted in our way of living and interacting with the world and each other, that has created that condition that we protect that much of the world's biodiversity. And so I think it's high time for policymakers to be looking at us as the experts, because we have been able to carry that on for thousands, hundreds of years. And it's happening to a slight degree, I would say. In the U.S., last December, the Biden administration put out a proclamation that they would honor and integrate indigenous, what they're calling indigenous traditional ecological knowledge into policy and decision making around policies. That's great terminology, that's great words, but how it manifests is still yet to be seen. So that is something that myself, a lot of colleagues of mine, a lot of friends, indigenous researchers are working on to help implement that. And I think there are some steps being taken, thank goodness, really due to the fact that Secretary Deb Haaland is at the helm at the Department of Interior, which oversees lands and resources in the U.S. And so through her leadership, we're creating advisory boards around how indigenous knowledge is talked about and used at the federal and agency level. And so there's steps being taken, but right now it's a lot of words, and we we need to get really concerted about how we implement that.
Yeah, that's the point. I think when you look at the agenda on our stage, we have these different themes. We have pillars. Two of the pillars that I think are really interesting is the idea of a nexus between climate and justice. And I think that fits. But there's also this idea of blind spots. And I want to talk about one of the blind spots. We can see that people are de-risking or making capital more available. You've got, the IRA saying $720 million can be directed toward climate and energy funding for native-driven climate solutions. But the money's not enough. So how do you change the power balance? How does that come with more autonomy in terms of how you do what you do, rather than putting constrictions on that because you've gotten funding?
Right, yeah. So one thing we're doing here at the COP, we've been having meetings with the COP presidency. We've been having meetings with Special Envoy John Kerry. Today we're having another one with John Kerry and Indigenous leaders. And the ask is that, so right now in the U.S., and I'm coming from the U.S. and I talk about what I know. I don't know how this looks like in other parts of the world, but I do feel like we're leading on this in a way, and we can be a model for other nations. But right now, as far as the U.S. state delegation, there's one Indigenous person, one Native person in the U.S. delegation.
Wow.
And that person is President Fawn Sharp. She's the president of the National Congress of American Indians, and she's an incredible leader. However, we need more. And one, to put the burden of representing all Native people in the U.S., there's 500 tribes. There's 700 tribes total, 200 of which are not federally recognized. Yeah. And so to put the burden on President Sharp to represent all those people and all those perspectives and all those knowledge systems it is a burden.
It's absurd. You couldn't
absurd.
Do it. She doesn't have enough time in any day to do that.
Right, and she has her own community to represent and their own set of politics and dynamics. And so what we're demanding and urging Special Envoy Kerry to do and the State Department to do is to expand how many Indigenous advisory members there are on their delegation and on the committees that make decisions around Article 6 and different provisions within the Paris Agreement. And not just that there's representation, but that there's autonomy. Because it's one thing to come with the delegation and then be told, you can't say this. You are a rep of the U.S. and here's your talking points, you know? So what we need is representation and autonomy to be able to say what we need to say on behalf of our communities.
Well, and if you think about it, the diversity of ideas, of experiences, that's what drives a better solution. So the more, there are lots of subset teams, where you can apply knowledge. And so I think about being up on the stage, earlier in the week when you were here with other representatives from around the world, and that idea of the diversity of women on the stage. So I want to talk about, gender at the same time we're talking about diversity of Indigenous people. How important is it to have women involved in these types of decisions?
I think really important for Indigenous communities because a lot of at least my culture, a lot of cultures across the world, Indigenous cultures, and especially in North America, are matriarchal. Traditionally, we are matriarchal. Women make the decisions. Because of colonization and different implications of those colonizing countries coming into our communities, we have adopted the way that those countries or states have governed. So take the Spanish, for example, coming into my community. My community in northern New Mexico, the Pueblo people, we have remained one of the most sovereign communities or nations in the U.S. because of a revolution that took place in 1680. We defeated the Spanish in what is known as the Pueblo Revolt, and were able to keep our communities intact since that date. And traditionally, like with our ways of ceremony, with our ways of practicing tradition and culture, it's the most intact in, I would say, in the nation, really.
Yeah.
We haven't been moved, we haven't been displaced from our traditional homelands. And so I can say personally that my people, I was raised in a place where my people have been for thousands of years.
Yeah.
I believe at this point I'm around the 40th generation in
Wow.
my community. And so with the Pueblo Revolt happened, and then there had to be a negotiation because the Spanish were not going to be defeated. So a negotiation happened where the Spanish said, okay, we'll leave you to your communities. You can practice your ways of life, but you have to change your way of governance. So they created these canes and essentially told the men, like, here are these canes of power, and this is how you are going to lead your community. Also, you have to put churches in your communities. And so to this day, our communities are patriarchal now. Men make all the decisions. And I don't mean this with disrespect, but it's just true that, even myself and plenty of my peers in my community, we are more equipped to run a small government than some of these men. And the cycle of power just continues to rotate, and there's no women running the small government that is my community, and that's a real shame. But that same structure exists across Indian country and is what is creating a lot of division, and that's what they wanted. They wanted us to be divided.
Oh, so divided you can't. Oh, I get it.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
We all know the term. And so that is a dynamic that tribes, Native communities are constantly trying to navigate, and it's really hard. I think a lot of us, a lot of Indigenous people, we can expect, white supremacy is not surprising to us. But what's most painful, I think, is when we are dealing with the lateral oppression between our own people.
Yeah, that Venn diagram. I mean, so breaking those canes of power, which I think is a brilliant way for people to understand the constraints. Those concentric circles mean that you have to fight battles on 2 or 3 different fronts simultaneously. And so I
Absolutely. I think one person said it best, that to be an Indigenous rights advocate, you have to be a facilitator, a mediator, a fundraiser, a lawyer. Like, the job is a lot.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because so much about the climate action side is to move away from plans on page and to look at impact over time. So you have 40 generations of impact over time in conservation, in protection. The lessons there from power structure to practice is huge. So how do you codify that? How do you take advantage of your network around the world? Because I'm sure that those things are happening and those histories are similar in other parts of the world. So is this a place where you can start to forge those types of relationships? Is COP a good place for you to start kind of connecting with people who are in other parts of the world, or are there other ways that you can do that too?
Do you mean other Indigenous communities?
Other Indigenous communities,
to draw on our knowledge, shared knowledge. So, yes, that's why we're here. We know what's going to happen in those negotiations. We come here without high expectations. We know that the work begins when the meetings end.
Okay.
And, yeah, I know that the real goals that we need aren't going to be made in those rooms in the blue zone.
Okay.
But what we can do is strengthen our relationships with our indigenous relatives across the world. And so what we've done, NDN Collective, this year is we've invested into the Indigenous Pavilion, which is in the Blue Zone. And this is the first time that the pavilion has been funded by an indigenous organization.
Okay.
And that was really intentional and strategic because we got to design the entire space. We got to think through, what does a pavilion look like when it's culturally sensitive? There's a space for elders, there's a meeting room, there's a space for us to pray and smudge, because I don't know if people were at Glasgow last year, but we kind of got in trouble for...
I was there. I was there, yeah.
We kind of got in trouble, which is silly, but we were praying, and yeah, they didn't like that. So we've created a space that is meant for us and built by us, and the plan is to keep doing that so that people feel like they have a place to really gather and share knowledge and really have a place to transfer knowledge, because that's what it's about.
Yeah.
And relationship building is key to how we're going to elevate and advance indigenous self-determination.
Well, but it's also a metaphor, right? You have the chance to design your own space. You have autonomy in that space. And you just listed the experiences in that pavilion that mirror a lot of what you're talking about from a balanced culture perspective that you're trying to share with the rest of the world. So I know that you have a background in storytelling. I know that you add to that your environmental degree. What's that Venn diagram? Why is it so important to tell those stories in order to shift the power balance? Can people be changed by those stories?
I think so. That's why I spend my time partially at the intersection in filmmaking, in communication strategy, and narrative strategy, and policy work.
Okay.
I think the two are actually sisters, and they need to work together. For me, I grew up kind of privileged in the sense that I grew up in a community where I was not really ashamed of my indigeneity. I think there's a lot of indigenous people in the world who grew up with the opposite experience, but that's because I lived in an arts and culture community, Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's the third biggest art hub in the U.S., New York, LA, Santa Fe. And so I grew up around a lot of positive messaging around my culture and my identity. And so when I started growing up and going into different communities and hearing other indigenous kids feel really ashamed and people were hiding their identity, it really clicked for me that I had something that more kids needed, which is positive affirmation around who they are. And so I think for me, and with the work we do at NDN Collective too, is putting out those messages that we have this knowledge of that's rooted in our identity for thousands of years to lead, that we are leaders, that we are inherent knowledge holders, that we are the experts on environment or climate issues, that we already have, we're economic experts because we've had and built local economies for centuries. So I think just continuing to put out those messages to our own people to reaffirm the expertise and the ingenuity that we have and innovation that's in our blood. I love one message that's been shared many times by different people, but that's that indigenous peoples have already survived multiple apocalypses. We've already survived multiple genocides. And so facing and moving through this climate crisis, we already have that expertise in our DNA. And we're going to survive this. We just need resources. We need to be emboldened to be able to lead.
Well, I mean, you add all that up, and that is resilience, right? I mean, so as people turn their attention to the rest of the programs that are happening, all over COP for the Adaptation and Agriculture Day, what's something that you'd want them to take with them about, the goals that you have as they walk around?
I think it is just what I was getting at a moment ago, which is that we just need people to get out of our way.
Okay, good.
And we need resources to be able to, as I talked yesterday around scaling indigenous-led solutions. It's not always about scale for us. It's more about replicating models
Yeah.
so that they fit and are applicable to and relevant to different communities, because what's going to work for my community is not going to work for a community in the southeast of Alaska. And so
Yeah.
we need to be able to have organizations like NDN, which are collective models that are taking systems approaches to our systemic problems. We need one in each state. We need one in each region. That's the goal of that. That's the goal that we have. We want to be able to share the model of NDN Collective so that other Native people can replicate it in different places. But of course, to do that, we need financial investment. We need philanthropy to liberate funds. We need to work with government to make grants very accessible to our communities and to Indigenous organizations, going beyond just giving funds to tribal governments, because like I mentioned earlier, there's issues there. Those are some of the things that we need to work on so that we can, again, be emboldened to and be set up for success.
Yeah, and that autonomy. Well, I want to thank you so much. I really enjoyed the conversation, and I hope everyone else did. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the rest of our program, but I want to thank Jade for being here this morning. Thanks, Jade.
Thanks, Carmen.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Very two dynamic and exciting ladies. But before we kick off, we'd like to set the stage a little bit with some opening remarks from Joram Skravin, who is the Director of Impact and ESG at FMO and who is one of our co-initiating and founding funding partners. Everyone, please welcome Yoram.
Thank you, Carrie. I'm so excited to be here again. Last year we were here as well. I think we had a great event, catalyzing private sector funding to female entrepreneurs in Africa. I think it's an absolutely essential thing to do. There's no shortage of ideas, I think, in the development finance sector to do so. Just to give two examples, I think we funded FinL in Ivory Coast, which is really a specialized financial institution for women in the agricultural sector, financing them, giving them insurance and special technical assistance with Dutch government money. And a very different program that we've done is the Nazira program with the European Commission, where we give guarantees to, for example, Access Bank in Nigeria to de-risk them, to really go and push down into the smaller entrepreneurs in Nigeria. But I think it's actually very important that these ideas are grounded in reality. And I think that is what the Rallying Cry and the African entrepreneurs that they bring to the stage bring to us. And I was reminded yesterday about the sense of urgency we all have. It's Adaptation Day today. And my wife was relating a conversation she had with my 9-year-old son yesterday evening, actually. And he was bemoaning his fate. He said, "Mom, you know, I'm really worried because I and you know my friends, we will have to make these really difficult decisions when we grow up, because of you, actually, because the decisions that you're not taking today to deal with climate action." It was a pretty depressing conversation, and as she was relating it, it sunk into me that whilst he is thinking that as the next generation, actually in Africa, you're making these decisions today because climate change has arrived at your doorstep and is very real. So the urgency really is very high. The time is now, as the Rallying Cry likes to say. And I'm really excited to hear the real stories, and I hope that you're able to shift the narratives here at COP with solutions from the ground and ideas of how we in the development finance sector and the private sector can channel money effectively to the entrepreneurs who are actually bringing real life solutions today to the climate change that we're already seeing. So I'm going to hand over to you because you've got the ideas, and I'm very much looking forward to what's going to be, I'm sure, a lively discussion and certainly not a panel.
Thank you so much, Yoram. All right. Well, as Yoram said, he said we were here last year. Technically, we were not. We were in Glasgow, which is a really long way from where we are right now, just for the record. But, you know, it's interesting when you think about setting up these kinds of conversations. I think Yoram's point about adaptation is important now. The timing element is now. We're seeing a lot of the youth voices coming into the picture now saying we need to think about our future. But normally when we're talking about catalyzing private sector investment and funding, we always start with the business case. We got to make the business case, say all the commercial investors. What is the business case for caring about gender or climate? Well, I heard it put yesterday, and I think one of the most succinct and beautiful ways that I've heard so far. And I've only had this for a day, so let me hope I get this out right. Okay, I'm going to try this. I heard from a gentleman named Hassam Alam yesterday, who is Egyptian. He said, "This is how I think about the business case. You need to think about the fact that the global economy has been subsidized for the last 15 or 20 years by the planet. And guess what? The planet is out of money. Therefore, we know we have our business case." So that's the premise. I'm just putting that out there now so we don't have to spend this whole panel talking about the business case because we don't need to do that anymore. We know the business case is here. It's now. So what is the Rallying Cry? Let me also set the stage for that too. The Rallying Cry is an ecosystem initiative designed to shift capital and narratives for private sector climate solutions. We're starting in Africa and agribusiness at the intersection of climate and gender, and we play in this space of intersectionality intentionally. So why Africa? Why now? Well, Yoram already mentioned, climate is on Africa's doorstep. It's here, right? It's now. Africa is one of the continents the hardest hit and yet had the least to do with contributing to climate change. We look across this continent and we see a rapidly growing population. So we need to think about, where is the food security? Where are we going to be feeding these people, these families, as they're faced with climate impacts on their agricultural production processes? What we see is that many women are in the agriculture sector, unseen, unheard, uncounted, but they are there on the front lines of climate change, feeding their families and communities every day. Well, we are having a finance section, so we do need to include a few numbers, right? I need you to know that across the African continent, women face a $42 billion finance gap that their male counterparts in business do not. Further, for women in agribusiness, we're looking at a $15.6 billion gap for these women and their innovative solutions that no one's ever heard of. Not okay. So we've heard of billions of dollars this week, last year, all the years before, earmarked for climate and gender. But if you talk to these two ladies here and many thousands of other women like them, you will hear the story that, guess what? They didn't see any of it. It's not getting to the ground level. Capital providers that we have spent quite a lot of time talking to and engaging cite a lack of deals and opportunities, lack of gender and climate capacity. They have big volume targets. They have ticket size limitations. They can't go that small, and lack of on-ground presence. And that was especially exacerbated during COVID. Meanwhile, when we talk to people like Bupe, who you will meet in a moment, and Lelemba, they're saying, look, we're out here, we've got the ideas, we're innovating, we are coming up with ways to deal with climate change and adapt every day, and we're seeking capital to grow and scale. They're not looking for handouts. They're not saying we need help. They're saying we have solutions. We need capital to grow and scale, okay? So that's the context, right? And the rallying cry has stepped into the finance gaps as a catalytic intermediary. Two things, we're building pipeline and we're matchmaking those enterprises to capital, right? So what are we doing? We're shifting capital, as I just mentioned, by connecting deals to different types of capital providers. And the other part that I think is equally important is we're shifting narratives. Because the women on the ground that we're working with in Africa are saying, we need the world to know, okay, fine, in some cases we are victims of climate change, but we don't need that to be the leading message. We are actually the agents of change. We don't want to be seen as beneficiaries. We want to be seen as solutionaries. We are not the broken, poor woman selling tomatoes on the side of the road. We are not the woman standing in the field that's been decimated by drought and disaster with a baby on our back, looking hopeless. We are looking into the future. We are looking for partners, for collaborators who are with us on this journey. And the last piece that what we're doing is shifting climate leadership. We're saying the leadership that we've seen on climate, by the way, is how we got to where we are now. And we cannot have more of that. We need a different type of climate leadership by demonstrating the value and power of collaborative partnerships working across ecosystems with female-driven leadership qualities around cooperation and collaboration and listening and inclusivity. So we're here to take our seats at the table, and over here in the climate action stage, we are building new tables altogether. And so welcome. Thank you for joining us today at our table. So last year at COP, we talked about the potential of what could be possible when we look at value chain financing. And this year, we want to do a bit of a deep dive into one example of what already is possible, what is already happening. And we're going to start today in Zambia. And probably nobody knows much about Zambia. Probably not that many people in this room have even been to Zambia. But Zambia is important today. Zambia is a place where the world can learn a lot, all right? So we're going to build from the ground level up. Let's go to Zambia. I have two Zambians here, one living in South Africa, one still residing in Zambia. I'm going to start with Bupe, ground level. Bupe, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about your business, Farm 23 Strawberry, and your climate ambitions.
Well, Carrie, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. You can hear me? Okay. I sat here listening to you, and I had goosebumps because this is something that is so passionate to me, my business, my community, my country. So I'm very excited to be here. Farm 23 Strawberry Zambia is an organic farm. We are based in Lusaka, Zambia. It's in Lusaka province. And we have ventured into producing strawberries, which is a food product. So I'm in the food agribusiness. And I'll speak on my own behalf today and also on behalf of the many Zambian producers, food producers. So what we've done is we've gone into farming using our natural resources. In Zambia, currently, we have noticed that the past years, we've developed a habit, I'll call it a habit, of destroying the soil, where we have depleted the soil of the so many nutrients that are natural to grow a crop, to produce a healthy crop. So what we decided to do as a business is to go into it in trying to produce a healthy product that's both good for the environment and good for the human being. So what we've done is we've gone into training farmers. I will specifically speak about women. You know, I'm so passionate about women, so excuse me if I lean more on the women, because those are the people that I feel are more underprivileged in my community and the ones that carry the heaviest burden. So we discovered that we kept on producing products that are not healthy. And in turn, it was also affecting the environment. So what we went into is to use our forefathers' methods of farming. There's a farming practice in Zambia where we use compost and manure. And that's what we've gone back to. And slowly, in our own small way, we are actually now impacting that on other farmers. So I have built a network of women farmers, women farmer groups that I've trained into trying to heal the soil. So for me, it's more about healing the soil so that it's able to produce a healthy product for me, for you, and for the environment. So we are at that stage where business is growing, especially after COVID. We are now picking up, and we're here mainly to add our voice to the solutions of climate change. And we feel like if we are to amplify our message on how to heal the soil, how to regenerate the soil, we will be able to at least give a small percentage of the solutions of climate change. So we are here to learn, we are here to partner, we are here to collaborate with anybody who can help us innovate our business and move ourselves forward. So I'm really excited to be here and being part of the rallying cry, because you have actually come to us on the ground. So you were very right, Carrie, when you said we've heard so many figures, we've heard so much has been put on the table, so many initiatives, but the impact is not really being felt on the ground. So I'm here literally to speak about the woman farmer who's on the ground, who's feeling the impact. Because we've heard figures, huge figures. We've heard table talks, we've heard round table meetings about the woman farmer, especially in Africa. But I think I'm here to amplify and also talk about what the real woman on the ground needs to scale up their business and improve. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, so there's Bupe setting the tone, obviously not having a boring panel today. Thank you, Bupe. I love how Bupe says we. And Prudence Mutunoota last year, when she spoke on the big stage at the UK COP level high presidency event on behalf of the rallying cry, she said, "I'm here to speak on behalf of all the women who are not in this room." Bupe runs a network of women farmers. Before she came here, she reached out to them and said, "Ladies, what is it that we need to tell the world?" Because women this is what's really interesting about women's leadership, is never sole leadership. It's never about them. They are always bringing hundreds or thousands of other women along with them. So their story is your story is their story. And so that's a really important thing to remember when we're talking about adaptation and scale and thinking about the power of women and the ripple effect that they all create in their own leadership. I want to talk about powerful ripple effects. I've got one sitting here to my left, looking all demure and sweet, but okay, here comes the fire. Lelemba, tell us a little bit about yourself and the Empress Fund and your business, what your journey is on climate and your ambitions.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here to be part of this conversation. I always get goosebumps when I listen to Wupe because it reminds me about why we work so hard from our perspective in the finance industry. So I'm a Gender Lens fund manager, and we manage 2 funds that are focused specifically on investing in women entrepreneurs in Southern and Eastern Africa. One of them is the Enigma Ventures Fund, which is industry agnostic and invests ticket sizes of about $200,000 to $1 million. And the second one is the Empress Fund, which really looks at filling the gap for very early stage agri, climate, and clean energy businesses in Southern and Eastern Africa, where we noticed that there was a particular gap in the type of financing that they could access. And so in Africa, I'll say it upfront, Western ways of lending and of doing finance have failed women in Africa. We can't take the copy and paste method. It just doesn't work. Even simple things like, oh, we need proof of address in order to know where you live will not particularly work for a lot of parts of Africa because you won't even have a street name. But we know where everybody lives, right? And so sometimes you have descriptions like, Wupe lives in the corner, with the big tree. Yes, But that doesn't mean we can't find her. And so in finance, we've had to think about how can we innovate in ways that are culture-specific and also context-specific. We can't take the same methods that have failed African women for more than 30 years and feel like we're going to solve the problem, particularly for investment in women. The figures are huge, like 15 billion of a gap in the agri-space. There's a 3 trillion gap also for investment towards businesses that don't fit your typical venture capital profile and will not have the collateral for lending. And guess who fits in that gap the most? It is women. Because culturally, we'll have property that will be listed in a man's name, even when you're married, for example. And so these are things we have to take into consideration when we start to think about financing for women, particularly in Africa. And so when we put together the Empress Fund, it was with that in mind, thinking about how can we innovate, how we invest, in ways which work for the women that we actually want to solve problems for. We had to think about the fact that they will not have collateral. And so what can we do in place of collateral? We know that they have revenues because they're building these strong businesses, which are great cash generators. And you can ask Wupe, if she knocked on the door of a bank, they wouldn't care that she's generating revenues. All they want is an asset, which is even more valuable than the money that she's asking for. And so for us, we created revenue-based instruments, but that were very specific to the unique context that looked at what is the opportunity ahead for the woman, how do her revenue patterns look like, because sometimes in industries like agriculture, there will be seasonality, and you have to take that into consideration. Expecting her to pay money back when she's just planted her crop is unrealistic. And so how do we track our repayments to be in line with the seasonality of her business? And these are our solutions because we understand our context. And so when we're thinking about this in a more ecosystem-wide approach, we have to think about how do we create African-grown solutions to sort out African problems. And that's what we're trying to do from a finance perspective. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lelemba. Brilliant. So you're hearing from Lelemba, who is a fund manager, or what would you like to be called these days?
An investor.
An investor, right? So the reason why I trip on that and hesitate is because there's so many innovative finance vehicles and facilities that are now coming onto the scene, almost like a whole new asset class, if you want to call it that, right? It's not about the typical private equity. It's not about just straight up debt. There are lots of different blended approaches coming, innovative vehicles that are designed to meet and address the needs of these women-led agribusinesses and other types of sector enterprises where they are. And so the rallying cry is working with a range of different types of capital providers. And we're going to talk a little bit about the importance of international capital providers versus local capital providers and why this is important. We work a lot with FMO and their financial intermediaries that they're investing in at the ground level, right? That's a type of local capital provider, a commercial bank. And Yoram, I want you to be reflecting a little bit about the role of the DFIs and thinking about the different types of local capital provider support that can be given to drive these local solutions. But I want to just for a moment, take a moment, because, you know, it's Saturday. We're lucky I can speak at all, frankly. We did a survey, and you can read about this in our recently launched, this week, hot off the presses Thought Leadership Report, which you can access on our website, therallyingcry.org. We did a survey of over 100 women-led agribusiness enterprises across Zambia and Africa, and Kenya, sorry. Definitely Saturday. I would almost say Monday, except it's Saturday. I think it is. We did a survey of these women and asked them about the type of capital that they need or that they want. And after COVID, we saw that there was a really adverse response to debt. During COVID, they watched their friends, their families lose their homes, lose their property, lose their shirts when the banks came calling on their loans that they defaulted on during COVID when they lost their jobs. So there's a real allergic reaction to debt right now for a lot of women. And they don't trust banks. They really just don't trust the banks or understand the banks, nor do the banks give them the time of day, right? I was in Zambia talking to a banker about why they don't bank to women, and they were like, oh, they're just going to use the money to buy lipstick and handbags. I'm like, are you kidding me? That can't be the case. You know, and by the way, the woman I was working with to talk to the banks was a construction company owner. She was not interested in lipsticks and handbags for her business. So that was gross, really a gross misunderstanding of the situation there. The other thing that we learned is that a lot of these female founders are a little bit leery about equity. They don't want someone to come in and tell them how to run the business that they have scrimped and saved and borrowed from their families and their friends to get it off the ground. It's their business. They know exactly how to run it. They don't want international investors to come in and start messing around and telling them how to do things without understanding who they are. And a lot of the women that we talk to actually don't even qualify for equity because the ticket sizes are still wrong in a lot of these conversations. A number of women that we talk to are actually looking for grants, catalytic grant to kind of help them get to the next level. But at the same time, we see this dependence on grants that has been fostered over a number of years in different parts of the African economy that are not sustainable as a business model. And so we're saying, what is the capital then that these women need? What catalytic capital would help them grow and scale and make it to the next stage in their business development? And so that's where we spend a lot of time, is looking at the right types of fit-for-purpose catalytic capital. So you can read more about that in the report. I just wanted to mention it, but I think it's really interesting to understand the amount of conversation and capacity building that we actually need to have with women on the ground around their own financial literacy and what types of capital actually is coming online and is available for them increasingly. So Bupe, let's come back to you, right? You mentioned some of the way that you're farming your strawberries and how the business, you know, is poised to grow. What is the catalytic capital that you need to grow and scale and go to the next level? What's next for you?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kerry. You know, as you were mentioning about the types of finances that women need, we have a lot of discussions amongst the women groups, the women farmers, about how best to be helped. So I'll speak firstly about my business. For me, I've seen we are at a stage where we have comfortably settled on the market. We are stable on the market for the fresh fruit as suppliers to so many, and we have even ventured into supplying to our neighboring countries. So now we're at a stage of how do we innovate, how do we improve, how do we grow our product range. So we have put up a series of product ranges that we would want to venture into, and then we're starting with firsts. We have started with the jam production first. So we have started with our strawberry jam production, and then through your organization and through Africa Trust Group, who are both here, I just wanted to paint a picture of how it trickles down to a woman like myself. If you see how they're sitting, if the conversation starts with Carrie, it ends with Lelemba, who's closer to me on the ground level, and it ends with me, you can only imagine where it's going to go, especially in the hierarchy of women development skills. You'll find that she's there to help out funders, finds funders who are able to help Lelemba reach me, who's on the ground. So most of the typical problems we have with the financial institutions is where they don't listen to the ground. They put money on the table and expect you to take it in their conditions. But what if I fail to pay you back your money? What happens to my business? And what happens to the families of the workers I have who are dependent on a paycheck that I give them on a monthly basis? So really, we want financial solutions, investment solutions that are able to speak on the ground, to speak to the woman farmer on the ground. What are your challenges? What do you need to get to your next level? Because not all of us are on the same level. Not everybody is ready to scale up. Not everybody is ready to go into manufactories of 5 product ranges at the same time. But we are at different levels. So if we are to be if somebody was to design a financial package for each stage of a business, especially in the food production, on how to scale up to the next stage, at the stage where they're at. So for me, firstly, is not to throw money on the table as an investor. I think the most important thing, firstly, is to educate me. Let me know how to move to the next stage. Through me telling you, I am at this stage, and my dream is this, and I want to move here. So if you come in and say, we have money, we want to invest it in this way, how do we do it? You will be able to listen to what I'm going to say and know how to structure that fund around my environment, and which I saw with these 2 organizations. They were able to come to me and say, look, what do you need to get to your next stage? As I said, there are plans, put ahead. Every business has a long-term plan for their business to grow. So we were able to talk and they're able to say, okay, in this environment that you're in, this package that we have, this package that Africa Trust Group has, is able to fit in this section. So they are able, it's practically at my terms, how their money comes to me, or which direction it is invested to. So for me, it's really something that all the women need. We need you to come to our level, understand our business, understand where we want to innovate, and invest in the right places.
Thank you, Bupe. So, well, you heard it pretty loud and clear that if we want the right financial instruments and facilities and approaches, we need to listen. Come from a human-centric design approach to the capital requirements that are there on the ground, really listening to understand. And I think that's part of what the Rallying Cry does, is listens. We do a lot of listening, and I think that's also part of the climate leadership, frankly, that we need when it comes to this whole COP conversation, climate finance. We need to do a lot more listening, really listening to what's happening on the front lines of climate change. So, Bupe, yes, those are some of the challenges that you guys have faced in terms of accessing capital and what kind of capital you're looking for to be more catalytic. Lelemba, talk a little bit more about the Empress Fund approach and how your capital, and we talked about this the other day, can be so catalytic for Bupe. What Bupe didn't mention is that, well, let's just do this. This is very exciting, right? We have managed to make a deal happen between these 2 ladies, bringing them together. We have shifted capital from Lelemba to Bupe, which is catalytic in terms of Bupe's ability to acquire a dehydrator, which is going to completely change her business. So Lelemba, let's talk through that. What are the elements of why your capital is so catalytic for women like Bupe and others in your portfolio.
So it was important for us when we set up the Empress Fund to be quite specific about what we were going to fund, because we wanted anything that we funded to be catalytic for the women's business, to boost them to the next level of growth and value addition, to ensure that when we put in that investment, it didn't just impact them, but created an even bigger value chain in the markets they were working in, and to hopefully even position them then for bigger funding, because they would have taken their business from point A to point B. And so when we look at each of the cases, for example, we wouldn't typically fund somebody who just comes and says, I need working capital finance because I've got a 3-month lag in my business. We look for the opportunities where it will actually unlock some real growth. And so with the example with Bupe, when she came to us, she had a clear vision about what she wanted as the next step. She had been producing strawberries and selling them fresh, but part of the process there was a lot of wastage because some of the strawberries would not come in the right shape and size for sale to the particular markets, and she wanted to be doing some value addition to these products, which is particularly important because then that means she can support even more farmers to produce strawberries because we have a wider range of products that she can produce. And a key feature she wanted to implement was to get in a dehydrator. She was already producing jams by the time we met her, but she wanted to bring in a dehydrator to create the next level of products and then impact even more farmers and bring them into her value chain. And that's exciting for us because we want to ensure that these are ticket sizes of $30,000 to $50,000, but these are ticket sizes that can create really huge ripple effects and really bolster a business in ways that you wouldn't imagine if you just think about it from the ticket size. And so her case was quite clear. We saw what the cost of the machinery would be. It fit the ticket size that we had, and we looked at her revenues. Already we had seen there was good growth, and we looked at a few projections as to if we do implement this hydrator, what does that mean for you as a business, but also then what does it mean for your value chain? How many more farmers can you add into your network as a result? And so for us, that's exciting. And so we mapped our financing to meet her needs. The dehydrator will take a couple of months to come into the country, to get set up and stuff like that. So we put up front a 6-month moratorium to give her the time to set this up and get started. And then we mapped it out to the revenues that she's mapped in her forecast to say, by the time I'm getting this harvest, this is how much I'll be dehydrating, this is where I'll be selling it, this is how much revenue I'll be getting. And we map out our repayments based on that revenue. And so it is a very deliberate conversation with our clients because we want to ensure that we're structuring it right for them. We are going down to see them, to touch them, to feel what they're doing, and really have these conversations to understand their business. Because without that context, we're not solving finance for women on the ground. And so her opportunity was particularly exciting. She was actually pushing us really hard about send the payment now, send the payment now. We've done all of the documentation, send the payment now. Like, I'm traveling, Bupe. I have to press send, but I'm traveling. So she put us under pressure. And that's exciting because you know that this business person is actually ready for the money and she knows exactly what to do with it. Yeah.
Thank you. So I love how, Bupe, you're just laughing.
It's very interesting. You know, one thing she never mentioned is when this opportunity came across, I had already signed a contract to supply dehydrated fruit. So that's the business mind in me.
Without the dehydrator.
Without the dehydrator, I must mention.
You manifested
so
that.
when this opportunity came along, it was very easy for me to make a business decision of exactly where we wanted to inject the investment, because it was apparently close. In fact, let me just say, it was exactly
it was the exact amount
of money I needed to get the dehydration machine. So if that approach is, spread to other farmer groups, other farmer women who are into agribusiness and food production, if they can, the approach is to be approached in this way where they are able to meet them at their need, to meet them and feel it at the ground what they need. Because what I've noticed and seen is that there's investment funds being put across, but not really understanding which direction it should go to. It's like a general fund, you know, grab what you can and see what you can do with it. But if it's specific and we are able to be clear on where the money goes, how it's going to help the business grow, move from stage 1, 2, 3. So this approach for me with Africa Trust Group was very, very comfortable, first of all, because it was literally at my terms. They were able to come to me and say, look, if we're to give you so much, what are you going to do with it? I'll do this, and the revenue is this, and this is your return. So it's a very good opportunity. It's a win-win situation for both the investor and the business. So I'm really excited because, as you can see, we've even developed a more friendly approach. We talk and laugh about this all the time. Like, I signed an agreement without the dehydrator, and you came along. So let's do this. Thank you.
Well, and it could have been even closer than that, because obviously in the hunt for accommodation here in Sharm el-Sheikh, I was worried I was going to have the two of them sharing a bed, which is a little bit even more of a mix-up in the investor-investee relationship. So luckily we didn't have to go down that road. But listen, I mean, I think this is a really exciting example, and it is a smaller ticket size, right? When we're talking about $30,000 and we're thinking about the billions of dollar gap that needs to be filled, but it's an important example. We wanted to share it because look at these amazing women, right? And they're not the only ones out there like them. There are so many thousands of Bupes, and well, there's not as many Lelembas. We need 1,000 more Lelembas, frankly, but they are out there and they're coming. Right? And so we share this example, one, as a bright spot, because it's been pretty gloomy this week, and you know, this whole climate conversation. What did somebody say? Yes, we're on a highway to climate hell. Okay. We wanted to share that this, you know, this is a slightly brighter spot on the horizon. And there's a few things, right? There's Bupe, who is leading hundreds of women in her network, sharing her ideas about how to, you know, drive more regenerative soil resilient farming. And she also is training thousands of women outgrowers to grow her strawberries and solidify her supply chain. She's thinking about ways to diversify her business. She's growing and she's scaling, and she needs the equipment and the processing. We need a lot more processing in agriculture across the African continent. And Lelemba is stepping in with the capital to make that happen. And so 30,000 this year is, you know, where we're headed to get that dehydrator online. But there's going to be more capital requirements coming from Bupe and her team very quickly. And she's going to move up fast on that conveyor belt of finance to the next stage level of financing. The rallying cry, we focus on women looking for $25,000 to $250,000, right? And we tend to work at them at more of a cohort level. We often engage them with local commercial banks as a potential solution for some of the things that they're needing. You know, Zanaco in Zambia has just announced and launched recently the first collateral-free loan with concessionalized lending rates for women in business, right? These are the kinds of partners that we need to be engaging. We're also looking at a cohort, but a group of women that are at that 250,000 to 3 million ticket size, and we're working with them closely to lead them, you know, to work with investors like Lelemba. And on our team, we have skilled people who are bringing incredible experience to the table. We have Casey Klein, who is a reformed investment banker gone good, who sat down with Bupe for a morning, and we went through her finances together, step by step, and she told stories about her business that Casey could then translate into numbers, projections, revenue calculations, and understands her business so well that now, Bupe, you understand your business even better than you did before.
Yes, that's correct. I do. And that's one of the things that I would want organizations like yourselves to come to the ground for. It's the financial literacy aspect of it. We have the information, we have the knowledge, we are doing the work. But how do we, for me to be ready to move to my next level in business, I need to know how to get there. So if I don't understand how to use the money that you've given me, it will totally go to waste. So that's another aspect that I've noticed that was coming out a lot in the conversations that I had in my network, is how do we get the information to get ourselves investor ready? As you rightly said it, Kerry, there's a lot of dependency on grants. I have gotten one before, but that's not the only solution for me to boost my business. I need to know about the other avenues. Who can I partner with? Who can help me to grow my business to the next level? So it's a lot of things to do, not only the money on the table, but we also need the information, we need the training, we need to understand what we need to move to the next level. Yeah.
Yes, and Lelemba, I mean, you've seen this as well in your business. You're not just providing capital. What are the other types of support mechanisms, if you will, that you are providing to the women that you're investing in?
Yeah. Investor readiness has definitely been a key factor, and this includes everything from, being able to read your own financial statements and how that works, because whilst you might have a bookkeeper, it's important for you to understand your business from the numbers as well. It's everything to how do you communicate with investors, do you create a pitch deck, how do you think about your market and the market that you're actually serving, how does your product fit a particular problem and is creating a solution for that. And for us, it's been interesting working with women because women are very solutions oriented. And so they will see a challenge in the communities and immediately rush to solve it and then kind of get stuck because it's like, I'm at the next stage and I need to grow and I'm not sure what to do next. And so creating this type of support structures around them is super important. It really is about capacity building before the investment and also then, walking hand in hand after the investment. So we're not the type of investor that says, here's the money, good luck. Hopefully you come back with 3 times as much or we come and take your farm. We really treat it as a partnership. We have monthly meetings with them where we're talking about any of the bottlenecks that they might be facing. We have quarterly strategic planning sessions where we take a more big picture look. And just next week, actually, we're bringing together the cohort from the Empress Group, which is 8 of them, to Cape Town for a leadership development process, which is really focusing on them for a change. Women are really like workhorses in Africa. And so we're always thinking about everybody else but ourselves. And it's time to just take them out of their business, help them think about themselves a little bit more and what they need to develop and think more on the business and not just in the business as well. So it's all of that support. It's very holistic and that matters because when we're investing, we're just not investing in the business and the product, we're actually investing in the person. Yeah.
Beautiful. Look at that's pretty inspiring, and I think we need a lot more of that. And I think that's a good point to sort of dive a little deeper on, which is the need for more of this holistic approach. Again, thinking at the ecosystem level. You're looking at Bupe and her ecosystem. Bupe, you're looking at your ecosystem of your outgrowers, the women that you're engaging and supporting in terms of their climate journeys and ambitions. And I think that's where it gets really interesting. And thinking about, for us, the Rallying Cry, we're talking to a lot of the entrepreneur support organizations who are running these, venture builders and incubators and accelerators, promising these women and these SMEs they're going to come out investor ready, and they don't get capital. Yeah. So we're saying, well, how can we actually step in and bridge some of that gap between the capital and the enterprises and smooth that road and that journey? And I think we're really excited about that. Now, what's not exciting for me, and I have no idea how this has happened, we are almost to the end of our session, which is amazing how fast this has gone for a Saturday morning. I hope you guys are awake still. I would just like to ask, before Yoram is going to kind of talk to us a little bit about what are some of the key takeaways that he's hearing today, as well as reflect on the role of DFIs in this ecosystem. Were there any questions that any of you had for Bupe or for Lelemba where you'd like to know a little bit more or push on something? And it's okay. I mean, if everybody's sort of still just kind of in their Saturday morning chill mode, that's all right. But I thought it would be the kind and generous thing to offer. Yes? And say your name, where you're from.
Hello, my name's Charlotte. I actually work for Climate Action. I wanted to ask how education of women, young girls or women, feeds into the bigger picture of them running businesses. I'm asking because I actually have I have a relation she's actually gone to Zimbabwe quite recently, and she actually has been training teachers in terms of business management. And I just would be really interested to know how you see that happening in the education sector and it feeding into women in the sort of working in the business sector.
I guess that was for me. Yeah, thank you. It's interesting that you asked that question because just last night, I think, the team and myself were having a discussion about how this has impacted, my business has impacted my community especially. And I was telling them a story about, by the way, 80% of my staff are women. And in my country, there's a lot of early marriage arrangements happening. So you'll find that at the end of the day, a young girl who's as little as 14, because when Kerry and her team came to visit my farm, one young girl who's now 17 caught their attention, and she works with me. And they reminded me to say, look, that little girl, how is she doing? She was good. She was funny and all that. And I started telling them a story about how she's gone back to school because of her payday. When she gets paid, she gets to be in an environment where there's somebody who's able to impact her positively. So with the women that I work with, I first of all understand the level of education they've gone up to. For them to get to be where they are and the situation they're in, what is going on. I must mention, I'm a social worker by profession, so automatically it drives me there. So I quickly understand what their challenges are and sort of understand at which level they can start with school. So far we have 4 women that are going into school, back to school, while working, still running a home. So for me, it's an achievement to see that. Because I know when they're done with their school, they won't be at the level they are today. So for me, it's a ripple effect. If I am well equipped to run my business, then I'm well equipped to take care of my community, especially the women. So I am a living example of women who are actually benefiting from my business by going to school. I was telling the team to say my first woman, she's the longest serving at my company. She's actually graduating high school next year. And for me, that's an achievement. And I was making them laugh. I was like, I want to make a big deal out of it. I want to do a party of some sort for her so that it can motivate the others to join in and, get the interest. Because it's not all of them who are interested because they feel they're done. They're married, they're done. That's the end. I'm for babies and working, that's it. But I'm trying to bring it on board to see that they see the value in themselves, that they can do better than where they are. So definitely we are incorporating education and the women development in our business here.
I just want to clarify something. The woman that you said is the longest standing at your company who just finished high school. That doesn't mean that she started when she was 7 and you've been doing child labor. You're saying she went back.
No. Let me clarify
just
that.
want to clarify.
So she came to me and started working for me when she's actually 27.
See,
So
just
she's
wanted
been
to clear the
working
record.
for about 6 years. So we must make that clear. It's not like she started at 7 and then no. But I was able to understand when she started working for me, I was able to understand at what level of education she ended at. So in my country, she ended at grade 4. I don't know what, 4th grade. That's where she ended. So for me, it was easy to understand and know how to sponsor her into our junior school, at what level she starts from. So she completed her junior school, and now she's in high school, completing next year. So it's that impact that we're trying to put across.
Thank you. It's a great question. And I think part of it is general education, right? There are some gaps. But I also think when you talk about education, for me, that also means thinking about more of this financial literacy, having more confidence about numbers and about bookkeeping and about business. I think another thing that we're seeing, not just in Zambia, but across the African continent, is this need to educate and build capacity of women to see farming as a livelihood, as a business, not just about growing food to feed their families, but that this is a commercial opportunity. And Bupe, I think, has been really great about really encouraging her women outgrowers to build their businesses and to actually create commercial opportunities. I'm getting timing thingies going off. I see hands kind of going up, and I've got Yoram here queued up. So unfortunately, what I am going to do, just because I need to respect the climate stage's time schedule and all the other events that are lined up here today, I'm going to actually invite Yoram back up to the stage to give us a little bit of an overview of what are the key things that you heard today and that you want to take away from here. And then maybe I'll finish up on one or two last call to actions, and then I think Tess will wind up in the time frame that you have allotted for us.
Thank you, Carrie. It was a very insightful session. Maybe to start at the meta level, what I took away is a reflection on the just transition, which is something that at FMO we care deeply about and want to facilitate, and I think is also a core theme of this COP. And I think we've had a lot of attention to the just part of that transition, which I think we have a moral obligation together to deliver on. There is, however, a challenge, and I think this discussion brought that out. The more you focus on trying to get people to deliver on the just part by explaining the suffering and the victimhood that comes with it, which is typically quite a good way to drive donor money, because it likes to flow towards where the needs are greatest. It does create some challenges for the investment side, because as Lalemba, I think, articulated quite well, investment flows to success, to really powerful individuals, actually, successful businesses. So I think it's also very important, if we want to scale that money that needs to flow into adaptation, resilience in Africa, that we bring success stories forward. And that to me is an important takeaway of the work that we're doing here, because I think we have really successful stories on the stage here, and that deserve investment. So I think that at the meta level is the reflection. We need to show that this is an investable space, and I think it is. And then we need to actually listen. I think that's another big takeaway. How do we empathize and listen carefully to what is really needed on the ground? Western finance has failed women, as you said. We cannot expect to solve the problems that are arriving at our doorstep tomorrow with the solutions of yesterday. And I think that has come through loud and clear. So let me round off then with a little reflection of one of the ladies in my close vicinity, because like Pupe, I like to ask the ladies around me what I need to do, and in this case, again, I asked my daughter Maya, who is 4, what I should be saying at the COP today. You may be wondering why are we going to learn something from a 4-year-old, but I find actually that children have a very neat way of driving things right down to the essence. So I asked her, what should I do? What should I say at COP? And she said, because COP is about climate change, of course. And she said, Dad, you got to ask them to stop the climate change. I said, that's great, I'll do that. She said, but Dad, what is climate change? And to me, that's lesson 1. Maya's first lesson is, as we get to this point, this is the implementation COP. It's no longer about the science is unclear, let's figure things out and then maybe figure out what to do. No, you act first and then you start to figure out, because we need to act now. And I think that is exactly also the message that you've been giving. And I did enjoy hearing that whilst we need to do things very differently in finance, some things are the same at every level, and that is, get me that disbursement yesterday. So that's the first lesson of Maya. The second lesson of Maya was, as I explained climate change and we got the temperature changes, etc. She said, oh, but Dad, I really like warm. I thought, that's a problem. And then she reflected a bit further, but she said, no, but the animals, they don't like warm. So you have to tell them to stop climate change because the animals don't like warm. Now, that to me is the second lesson of Maya. We need a giant leap of empathy for other people and in fact other species to solve for this problem. And I think again, that was also your main message. We need real empathy at the micro level, really understanding deeply what it is that the businesses on the ground, the female entrepreneurs need, and what kind of new financing solutions we'll need for that. And we need empathy at that macro level, because that will bring us the just part of the just transition. So I've really enjoyed listening to the transition part of the just transition in this conversation, and I hope that we can find very creative ways to scale your businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yoram. So yes, we need more transition and we need more acceleration of the transformation. So my final, I guess, call to action to everyone here in this room who is watching virtually and everywhere else, invest in women on the front lines like Bupe. Invest in the women investing in them like Lelemba. And invest in the solutions that the world needs to tackle these two twin issues of gender and climate. And even if we are on a climate highway to hell, we are stubbornly optimistic about the as yet unlocked potential of half the planet to lead the change that we need today. So this is the final word from the rallying cry on this stage today, not here at COP, but we say this is our planet, our legacy. The time is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. And just a few words. Thank you so much for this inspiring session. I just want to share the words of Wanjira Maathai. She was on stage with us a few days ago. And Wanjira Maathai is the CEO of the World Resource Institute in Africa. And she said exactly what you said, Jeroen. It's a crisis of empathy and of human connection. And she also said that if leaders in Africa and elsewhere in the world don't push for a drastic reduction in the cost of capital to allow people to take out loans for, in the case of our conversation, for a clean energy transition, people will stay vulnerable, stalled indefinitely by poverty, unable to join global market and lead their own green revolution. So I think this whole issue of access to finance at a fair price is very much front and center in this discussion at COP, and that's what we need to push, continue to push for. So thank you very much, Carrie. Thank you very much, all of you, for this wonderful conversation.
Thank you to the KITE team for hosting us.
the Climate Fresk and CEO of Blue Choice. He's going to talk to us about the Climate Fresk and what it does. It has to date touched 750,000 people. And the premise here is that knowledge is power, but not just any kind of knowledge. Of course, understanding the facts, but also understanding how those facts intersect between social and environmental issues. So, Cédric, over to you, and then we'll have actually quite a bit of time for questions. So, have your question in mind.
Thank you, Sophie. Hi, everybody. I will start by introducing myself. My name is Cédric Ringenbach. I started to work on climate change something like 12 years ago. Before that, I was a consultant in a IT project, so nothing to see with climate change. But I happened to look at some videos, some conferences about climate change, and then I was really shocked, and I thought, well, it's an important topic. If I really want to tackle this issue, it has to be my job. So I decided to change jobs at that moment, and I trained myself by reading IPCC report, and that was my first act, I would say, to start with knowledge. And I read the technical summaries of the IPCC report, and then I started to give lessons about climate change. So I found my first job in this field. I was a director of a think tank called the Shift Project. It's famous in France, a little bit abroad also in Europe, and it's a think tank that works on how to decarbonize the economy and produces ideas around this idea. And apart from that, I was still giving lessons and speech and talks about climate change. And one day I tried a specific format because I think that only PowerPoint is boring. So I decided that my students would be acting, and I gave them some cards. So it started like this. They had some cards to put in order of cause and effect. So I will give you a few examples. If you have sea level rise, melting of sea ice, CO2 emissions, fossil fuel, additional greenhouse effects. And they have to put these cards and put them in order of cause and effect. And it has to be something that they do in teams. So sometimes they disagree, they have to argue, they make mistakes, they correct themselves. And by doing that, they learn very, very quickly. And so that was a starting point of what we call now the Climate Fresk. And it started like this, and a few years later, so during a few years, it was only a tool for myself. When I was teaching, I used that tool every time. It lasts 3 hours, so it can be half a day. It can be in the middle of 1 week of lessons for students. But anytime I was using it. And I improved the game day after day. Then, so it was 4 years ago, in 2018, I had the opportunity to make this workshop with 900 students at the same time. So it was a very big challenge for me because so far it was only me and a few of my friends who were using that workshop. And I had to hire 30 moderators within 2 weeks. And I did. I managed to find 30 moderators. I trained them. I mean, when I say I trained them in 3 hours. Within 3 hours, we were able to use that workshop and to give the cards and to say everybody, okay, put the cards in order and make more or less the correction. And so a few days after that, we had this event, and it went well. We had these 900 kids who did the workshop, and these 30 moderators were very happy to do it, and the kids were happy, and the teachers also. So at the end of this workshop, I said, okay, this workshop is able to scale up. And that was the beginning of a very big adventure. So a bit more than 4 years ago, only 1,000 people had played the workshop. And now we are about to reach our goal, which is 1 million people. When I knew that this workshop was able to scale up, I announced that we were going to have 1 million people play the game. I just didn't know how much time it would take. I would say that it's between 3 and 10 years. Yeah, but now we know that it's going to be, that it will have been done in less than 5 years. So that's where we stand today. And now the question is, how does it work? How is it possible to scale up so quick? So I think the workshop works quite well because it's based on collective intelligence, and it's fully powerful for people to understand these different parts of climate change, how it's organized. They understand that it's very systemic. At the end of these 3 hours, they have 2 square meters of paper with cards everywhere, 42 cards, and all the connections between the cards. And they have something very systemic. And also then we have a creative part, so they take some pencil and they draw, they make drawings, they find a title, something very... It's a very important moment. It's a way to express themselves, especially through the title. And then we have a discussion about, okay, now we understand that climate change is a big issue, and now what can we do at the personal level, at my company's level, at the political level, and we have a kind of discussion between 1 hour, 1 hour and a half to talk about the solutions. At the very end, when they put the last cards, a bit depressing, like we have climate refugees, armed conflicts, famines, etc. So it's a bit depressing. But after the discussion, after 1 hour of discussion, people leave with the feeling that they can do something and they want to act. And that's what's important about this workshop. And some of the people decide to become moderators themselves. I don't know exactly the figures, but I would say the order of magnitude is maybe 1 person out of 10 or something, maybe out of 10 or out of 5, want to become a moderator after that. And we train them very quickly. And that's the reason why it's growing so quick. We double the size of the people who have played every 6 months. So that's an exponential, and for once it's a good exponential, and so it means that it's quite incredible to say that. It means that if we see each other on the next COP, we are going to be at almost 4 million people, at least more than 3 million people who have been playing the game in 1 year. It's really amazing. So there are 25,000 people who have been trained to be moderators. Maybe they are not all active, but tens of people, thousands of people have been trained, and some of them are really active and do it on a regular basis. So what helped us to go that quick? I think it's a kind of organization with the people who moderate the climate fresk. We call them the freskers, and it's like a big, I would say, a community, very dynamic community. And we tell them that they have the right to organize the workshops wherever they want, whenever they want, in any occasion, and they don't have to ask nobody to do it. Everybody can take the game. The license is very open. Everybody can take the game and use it. You can use it for free, and in this case, it's without any fees. And you can also use it for profit. So some people do it for companies that charge the companies. It's just that in this case, they give 10% back to the association that we have settled to run the project. And it's a virtuous cycle. It's a positive cycle. The virtuous cycle, and then it brings money to the association. Today's association is 40 people salaries in it, and we have a tremendous community growing very, very fast, and also we have this kind of spirit that they have the right to do anything they want as long as it serves the project. And we even go very far because, in fact, we have been influenced by the Swedish Pirate Party, and because they had an incredible experience of a collective intelligence, collective organization, and we took the same kind of organization. It's called Swarmwise, and so you can Google that and you will see what it is. Swarmwise is a way of organizing a very big community in a way that it's really self-organized and very, very efficient. And we do that, to give you an example, if you have 3 people in the community who think that something is a good idea, and also they think that they are legitimate to make this decision, then they can go for it. You can make a decision if you're only 3 people, and you all think that you are legitimate, and you also think that the 2 other ones are legitimate. And it's not easy to do. So you first ask the question, I am legitimate to make this decision, and then you make the decision. And it's very powerful because it brings people to do tremendous things. So I will stop now because I just give you a quick overview. Now I would like to answer questions if you have some.
Great, thank you, Cedric. And if you could have a mic roaming around. So maybe I'll start with the first question, because we are using the Climate Fresk in the context of the work we do with the Climate School. And it's incredibly effective tool indeed in how you see the interaction between people happening and how they make those connections with images, how they make this connection between environmental deterioration and the impact on people, the impact on refugees. And there is really something very powerful happening. But my question to you is, have you found that it actually translates in different parts of the world? Because if you take the US, for example, if you start with climate, people are usually much more nervous than if you start with social issues. Can you maybe comment a little bit on the ability to transfer that approach in different parts of the world?
Yeah, it's already translated in something like 40 languages, and we are present in. We have a local representative in more than 50 countries, and we have at least one moderator in more than 100 countries. So we are very in many places. But your question is not only about translation; it's about location. How do we adapt? So especially, well, the first part is about the climate science. So there's nothing to change about it because it's the same everywhere. But the rest of the discussion, when we talk about the solutions, then it will depend on the context, and the moderators will have to adapt to their public. And sometimes it's going to be more about what can I do at the personal level. Sometimes it's going to be in a business context. So in this case, we will talk about what can we change in our business to work on climate change. And sometimes it's going to be also on political issues. What do we need to change for the politics of this country? And so we have to adapt to these kind of things, and sometimes also to certain different cultures in the countries.
Great. Does anyone has a question for Cedric? Please. If you can say your name.
Thank you.
It's okay.
I am Catherine Coronado. I work for Indigenous Foundation. It's an indigenous people organization around the world. And I was looking to ask you if you have monitored, your company have monitored the impact of this excellent education tool. I would like to know if you have any specific good experience that they translate, they took all what they learned in different scenarios of active participation or other things that you think that you can.
Cedric, before we answer that question, can I take another question so that we get a few questions at the back? So this is about monitoring implication results, impact.
Hi, my name is Marina. I came independently. I am a designer, and I was wondering if you would apply, or if you thought to apply. I arrived a little bit late to the talk. Sorry about that, but I love this idea. But linked to the discussion, the previous discussion we had, would it be possible to apply this sort of game, educational game, to finance? And because I am educated to a university level, but I was listening to the talk, and actually I don't have a lot of knowledge about finance, and if I want to have an organization, and how do I go about it? So I think maybe to use this sort of model, but for finance, to teach about climate finance, or have you thought about it, or are you developing anything like that?
And maybe I can in part respond afterward, but you go ahead, Cedric. You go
Yeah,
first.
okay. So I first answer the question about monitoring. It's very hard to monitor what happens after the Climate Fresk. We know that it has effects, because in some companies that we know that they make decisions. Sometimes also they made the decision before, and then they make, for instance, they made commitments, and then they use the Climate Fresk to spread in the whole company the idea that we took these commitments and now we need all the employees to help us to reach these commitments. And it's a very good way to involve everybody. So it works quite well to do that. But we don't have a monitoring tool to really know what happens after you have played the Fresk. it's very hard to grasp this kind of information because, for some people, it won't change much. They go back to the work next day and it won't change a lot. For some other people, it will change their life. Some people told me that they quit their job a few weeks later and they completely change and they want to work only on climate change. So it has effects, but it's very hard to measure. And we know, from the beginning, we know we need to measure that, but we never have time because we grow too quick. Your question was about finance. In fact, this principle of a game, putting cards on the table, making connections, have people think together, it works quite well, and it inspired many people to do the same kind of workshop in different fields. So there is one about biodiversity, one about, I guess, plenty about finance. At least 2 or 3 projects about finance. And about, I don't know, the ocean, about waste, about many topics. So it's true that it would be very interesting to have something about climate finance, about finance in general, about economics, about many things. So the difference is that for climate it was easy because we have one source, which is IPCC reports. It's science and it's IPCC, and nobody can contest the result of IPCC research. For finance or for economics, it's not really a science. You have plenty of schools, plenty of many ways of thinking about economics. And when you are an author of a workshop, you will put your own beliefs, your own convictions in the tool. I didn't have to do that because it was only to reflect the state of the art of the science today for climate. For economics, I would like to do it myself because I have convictions about economics, but I don't feel the legitimacy to do it because I would say that it's not objective. It's my own beliefs on economics. But I do it another way. I do conferences about economics, and that's another way to do it.
Maybe I can pick up on that because, as I said, we are using the Climate Fresk as part of the work we're doing on the climate school. And for me, this content is really foundational. It's sort of igniting people an understanding of the science and how it relates to another issue, but then you need to go to the next step. And how do we get people to understand that every job is a climate job? There is a climate element to every part of your job. And we are creating deeper dive modules and workshops that provide that kind of knowledge. But the foundation that the Climate Fresk offers is, for me, essential in opening people's mind to this understanding those connections, which often is the missing link. And this panel we just hosted today was really exactly in the same spirit. It's a connection between women at the front line of climate action in Africa, their leadership, their access to finance, or lack of access to finance. And that's the kind of connection I think the Climate Fresk enable, which then open us the possibility to go much deeper. But we can maybe talk more about that later. Any other question from anyone on the Climate Fresk? We have 2 minutes left. Is that right? Yes, please.
Maybe just a very basic question. So my name is Katarina Maskant. I'm Senior Advisor on Sustainability based in Brussels. But my question is maybe more related as being a parent and taking an interest in my children's education. So just a question to you, what age group do you think this would be suitable for? What kind of age would you usually train? And also secondly, when I talk about sustainability with my own family, I've been a little bit warned that I'm scaring the kids. So try to get to that positive endpoint, I think, would be very important, that they feel there is a future which is bright. So thank you.
Okay, well, the workshop is for everybody. It can be we have a special version for kids. As soon as they are able to read and as they are comfortable with reading, it means when they read something, they understand what they read. And so they can be 9, 10 years old, they can start to work with the simplified version. But it's also for all the ages. It can be for people, we use it with CEOs of big companies and the ExCo or their board. And it works very well for this kind of public. And also for politicians. We did it with members of parliament, with cabinets of ministers recently. So it's for everybody. And we shall not think that education about climate is only for kids, because by the time they get to the power, it will be too late. We have to change the world, and of course we have to educate the kids, especially because they will talk to their parents after.
Yeah, no, exactly. Thank you for that. So, Cedric, I think we're going to have to close, but if I can close by thanking you for what you're doing, because the fact you've created that, you made it open source, it's a kind of radical collaboration that we really need to accelerate climate action. So you've done something extraordinary, and I'm very honored and pleased that you came to talk about it today. So please join me in thanking Cedric.
I'd now like to introduce your moderator, Joe Makeower, chairman and co-founder of GreenBiz, to come up to the stage.
Okay, and with that little spill of coffee, we're going to get going here. Hi, everyone. I'm Joel McCower from GreenBiz in California. We're going to talk about apparel and textiles. And when we think about all the different sectors that we're talking about here at COP, and we talk about all the hard-to-abate sectors, aviation and steel and concrete and chemicals, and we talk about the big issues around land use and deforestation and climate justice and everything else. There's probably none that doesn't touch all of that and is in more need of reform than the apparel industry. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, specifically the supply chain piece, what's called Scope 3. Is there anybody who doesn't know what the scopes are, what Scope 3 means? Okay, good. So it's nice so Scope 3 is everything that goes into the production of something that is not controlled directly in effect by the manufacturer. That's not the technical version, but it also extends to consumer use of products as well. We're going to talk a little bit more about the front end of that, from the raw materials and the labor that goes into that. So I'm going to largely get out of the way here and let this great panel talk about this. And just going down the line here, John Willis, who's the Director of Research at Planet Tracker, Eva Gladek, sorry, who's the founder and CEO of Metabolic, Lily Cole, who is a climate activist and advisor to the UN Economic Commission for Europe Sustainability Pledge, and Trina Malik, who's the co-president and vice president. How can you be both president and vice president? That's great. At the Institute for Sustainable Communities. So we're going to start with a little short presentation from John to help us really level set here on what we're talking about when we're talking about the Scope 3 and the front end of the apparel industry. And then we're going to have more of a conversation going on here. So, John, you want to take it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Joel. Is this working?
No.
Okay, can you hear that?
No.
Yeah. If we can just... No, it's not working.
Here.
Yeah, should we try another? We'll get one. Oh, that one's working. I'm not going to talk about banking for net zero. They're just finding the presentation. Sorry, the reason is I just want to set the scene so that you're all comfortable about the textile supply chain. If not, I've got to talk through a few numbers. I think they're still trying to bring it up. I know they've downloaded it. So if not, I will. They'll hopefully find it at some stage. But let me just talk you through a few things. So, there we are. Yeah, that's super. Look at that. That's a dramatic picture, isn't it? Let's move forward. If we could have the next slide, because this isn't working, please. Thank you. I work for Planet Tracker, as Joel was saying. You may know our sister company. Let me get out the way. Our sister company, Carbon Tracker, they've been going for 10 years. We've been going for 4 years. And we're trying to align financial risks and sustainability. Next slide, please. Now, the fashion industry, as Joel has just said, it's often associated with climate change, and rightly so. You can see in this slide about 2 billion tons globally released, but it's also got an issue with microfibers that you all know about. It's responsible for about 20% of global wastewater. 73, nearly 3/4 of all textile waste ends up in landfill and incinerated, and about 1% is recycled. Next slide, please. No. Next slide, please. Sorry. Next slide. I want to get on to the really important ones. Sorry. As you probably noticed, there's been a few IT. Oh, right, we've lost it. And it was the most important one because I wanted to set the scene. I can see them messing around with it here, but... Right.
Can you start talking about it?
Let me because it's proving a bit painful. So look, if you look at the supply chain, essentially you've got to run from the actual supplier of raw materials, as you know. You move to the fibers. You then have the fabrics. You then move on to the actual clothing, the apparel. Then it gets into retailing, and that's the area. That's the area that people know well. It's not making any. Yeah, it's still not making any difference. That's the. Oh, has that changed? Yes, it has. We're on. We're on. Thank you very much. So I've got to do this now in 2 minutes, otherwise Joel's going to have me. So if you look at this. This is the supply chain. And what I want you to focus on is tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. As I say, moving from the raw materials, fibers, fabric, apparel, retail, very well known, post-sale, very, very small. Big on PR, but very, very small. And of course, what you're trying to do is create a circular economy. Oh, God. Just painful. Okay. So what we've done is mapped all the companies that we can find in the textile supply chain. And I want to show you the results. So this is what it looks like. Now, what I'm looking at here is equity. What I mean by that is shares. So if I take all the companies that are listed on stock markets that you know about, and I look at the number of shares and times that by the value, it tells me the value of a company. So when they say it's a 2 trillion company or a 10 billion company, that's what they're talking about. But look how it divides up along that supply chain I was talking about. So 2/3 is in retail, and that's probably why you know all these famous retail companies and brands. But look at things like fiber production. It's less than 10%, okay? So that is when investors in equities are looking at it, this is what they're looking at. That's what they want to focus on. Now, it's gone completely mad. If you look at the debt side of things, if this works, if you look at the debt side of things, this is not it. It's actually a bit of a different picture. And the debt side shows that it's still, the debt side tells you that it's still about 50% retail, but you begin to see it appearing in the other sectors as well. So what's that telling you? That's where the banks start to get interested because they're lending the money, and that's where the bond investors. Now, before this goes crazy, this is what I want you to, this is what I want you to focus on, is the final thing, is if you look at the, we might get there. If we look at the environmental footprint and the financial footprint, it actually explains why there's a mismatch. And it was that slide that they've just moved on. Yes. So the top half of this is telling you the environmental impact, and it's telling you when it's red, that is where there's a problem. And that is in things like wet processing and dyes, okay? But there's not a lot of equity in that area, and there's not a lot of debt. A lot of them are privately owned. The money, remember, is all in the retail. It's all in the retail area, both equity and debt, okay? So that is why the investors are focused on the red on the bottom half. That's where the revenues are. That's where the profits are, that's where the equity is, and that's where half the debt is. But look at the top half, retail. Retail by itself is not a massive environmental problem. It's all down the supply chain. So bear that in mind while you speak to these experts. Thank you. Thank you, Joel.
All right, thank you. Thank you for soldiering through that slideshow. So you talk about the financial equity, John, before we move on. The financial equity, there's also the brand equity piece, and that is, every retailer from Adidas to Zara has at least made some noises around sustainability, and some of them have made some commitments, some of them have lived up to some of those commitments, but there's still a long way to go. It seems to me that in so many consumer sectors, the brand equity is what drives the change, and so how does that fit into the financial picture here? Isn't the retail equity outsized relative to the leverage for impact?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's completely outsized, which was, and thanks for picking that up and emphasize it. That's the point we're trying to make, because those big retail companies want to become brands, and they want that valued on their balance sheet because they become ever more valuable. You're absolutely right. So that is why there's a mismatch between the environmental footprint and the financial one.
Okay, great. Well, let's get further into that with Eva. So first of all, talk a little about Metabolic, just so everyone understands what you do, and then we'll get into the specific picture as it relates to apparel.
Great, thanks. Is this working? Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Eva Gladek. I'm the founder and CEO of Metabolic, which is a systems change agency based in Amsterdam. And we have one mission, which is to transition the global economy to a fundamentally regenerative, equitable, and circular state. And one of the areas that we work a lot in, so we have a consultancy that advises large brands like clothing and fashion brands on how to become more sustainable. So that's one area of our work. And we're also looking at this from a systemic perspective. So where are the leverage points? Where are the pressure points that you can address? And looking at this, and you did a great job managing that technical fiasco. But that last chart that you showed is really interesting because you're absolutely right. From a systems analysis perspective, if you map out the entire textiles value chain, the vast majority of the impacts on the environment and on people are in that invisible part, or in the part that's invisible to most Western consumers or people who are going into stores and buying clothing. So it's in that cotton production or the fiber production, in the dyeing, et cetera, all of those components. One of the statistics that we famously cited is that cotton is only 2% of global crop land. But it's using something like 30% of global agricultural chemicals. So it's this insane concentration of just a small percentage of the land that's absorbing all of this waste and also generating huge amounts of different kinds of pollutants. So despite that, though, from a systems perspective, it's at that brand level that consumers are influenced, that they're convinced to buy more things, that they're advertised to. And so there is a lot of systemic influence in these indirect actions. So we have to look at the whole picture and see where those different areas of leverage are and which ones we can best pull on from both a financial perspective as well as a brand and consumer-facing angle. And there's a lot more that I can say, but as an intro, I'll just leave it there for now.
Is this okay? Here. Well, not ready to let you go. Good, but you talked about cotton growing. The other part of this, I know Levi's did a study a number of years ago where they looked at the biggest impact of a pair of 501 jeans was growing cotton and washing jeans, two things that Levi's does not control. And so, again, we come back to, in some part, to the consumer piece of this, because I want to make sure that since that seems to drive so much of the system that we're talking about, I want to make sure that it's not just the upstream part of Scope 3, but also, let's call it downstream of the consumer use. So where does that fit in, just from an analytics perspective? What are you seeing on the consumer piece?
Yeah, that's a great question. So indeed, if you map out the entire life cycle, and often the part, a lot of, I don't know how many of you know what a life cycle assessment is, but it's this kind of analysis where you look at every single step along the life cycle of a product, from the extraction of raw materials all the way through waste and disposal, and then you look at the inputs and outputs at each stage. So what is being extracted from the environment and what's being put back into the environment, and that's in the form of energy or raw materials, and then also pollutants of different types. And indeed, if you look at the entire chain, past also where consumers interact with a product, then especially when it comes to the water and energy footprint, and therefore the carbon emissions footprint, the use phase is extremely significant for clothing and for textiles. Every time you wash a piece of clothing, there's these micro fibers that end up in the water, and those are not well captured by sanitation plants. So they end up then in the food system and in the food chain. And this is one of the major sources of microplastics in our environment. And the other thing is, of course, heating that water to wash those materials. So, of course, you do need to look at that entire perspective. But still, if you actually extend the life cycle of a given product, because it doesn't matter if you are, you have to wear something every day. So let's assume you have like a certain amount of washes per clothing days. And if you have a new product or a product that you've had for 10 years, you're still going to be washing it at a relatively similar frequency. So there's still a huge amount of savings in cutting out the production of new fabrics, and that's very significant. So we are consuming overall a huge amount of, I mean, everyone knows that fast fashion has been maligned in this entire space, and that we need to be moving toward more durable clothes that are that we're getting more value from for a longer period of time. But there's also interesting innovations that you can think downstream. So there's new machines, for example, that wash clothing using ionic, ionic, I don't know how you even say this, waves? Not really, no, ions, to get rid of impurities.
You're basically nuking your clothes, right?
Well, hopefully not quite, but you can clean clothes without water. You can have clothes that actually have antibacterial components, so natural wools often are antibacterial and can last longer. So there's lots of different ways that we can think about the care side of clothing to reduce that impact as well.
Yeah. Yeah, well, lots more to talk about there. You talked about the waste and disposal end, and of course we're trying to get to circular models where waste and disposal is not part of the equation. We'll get a little bit more to that. There's also the human component of this, and I'm going to skip over to Trina for now, to the workers, the health and safety in the communities, a lot of other pieces. First of all, Trina, talk a little bit about the Institute for Sustainable Communities and how this relates to the world of apparel, and then we can get into some of the issues that you're tracking as well.
Thank you, Joel. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great.
You kind of have to hold it really close.
Really close. Yeah. Okay, so let me know. Just wave to me if you can hear me. First of all, thank you for the invitation to be on this panel. The Institute for Sustainable Communities, we have programs all throughout Asia and the United States, and we center equity in all of our climate change solutions. So we're human-centered in decarbonizing and achieving net zero goals. So how that applies to the textile sector is in a number of ways. We mentioned cotton growing, so we've worked with over 5,000 smallholder farmers in India. India is the world's largest exporter of cotton. However, it's very water intensive to grow cotton in India, but there's over 20 million lives and livelihoods that are dependent on the sector. So we can't just do away with the sector. So how do we do it more sustainably? So what we've gone all the way from doing a soil vulnerability assessment in order to roadmap how to grow cotton in a way that is less water intensive, less GHG intensive, while yielding more crop, more cotton yields, and enhancing the quality of the soil for future generations and harvesting seasons. And we did that while creating women's self-help groups. It's an Indian terminology to create women entrepreneurship groups. And so now they sell biopesticides and biofertilizers, not only to other farmers, but to other markets as well. So for instance, in 2021, the average smallholder women farmer, they created revenue of over $4,000 US in 3 months. So we want this to be an intergenerational wealth creation source for them. So that's one aspect of working with small women holder farmers. In Bangladesh, you may have heard of the Rana Plaza disaster that happened in 2013. We were already in Bangladesh, but after that, we created a pretty robust EHS, Environmental Health and Safety Plus training program. So that covered everything from evacuation routes if there were to be a fire, the handling of chemicals in a safe manner. We addressed mental health. It was very, very traumatic for the country of Bangladesh and the entire sector and its workers, so really addressing mental health issues as well. And so to this day, there are factory safety managers all over Bangladesh that have been and are going through our trainings. Right now in Southeast Asia, we're working in Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia. And while we decarbonize the factories and supply chains of very big brands that have net zero goals, it's decarbonization, but we also put an emphasis on gender equity and the rights of migrant workers as well, which is a marginalized community in the sector and in the region. So while we're decarbonizing, always putting the human-centeredness of equitable climate solutions. Another thing we're doing in India, in Tirupur, which is a city in Tamil Nadu, we just announced earlier this week in the India Pavilion, we have a joint partnership with TIFAC, which is an autonomous body in the Indian government. There will now be a net zero cluster. My colleague Megha Nath is here, who's spearheading that work, and really introducing gender equity in a very holistic way. So that women just aren't in the sector, but do they have leadership positions? Are they getting promoted? What is the environment? Are there safe bathrooms? Are there bathrooms at all? Going into communities and destigmatizing women being in the manufacturing sector, talking to dads, to brothers. So looking at gender equity in a holistic way while decarbonizing.
So Trina, talk a little bit about how much things have changed. I mean, back in, I think it was the 80s, early 90s, Nike was the poster child for sweatshops, particularly in Southeast Asia. And then we don't really hear as much about it as we used to unless there's a tragedy like at Rana Plaza. How much has this transformed over the past number of years?
Well, I'm happy to say, I mean, I've been in corporate social responsibility for over 20 years, and I'm happy to say there has been progress, there has been movement, thank goodness. Probably not at the urgency and scale that's needed just in general for decarbonization, but this is where the consumer aspect is super important because that's a stakeholder. I mean, once the bad publicity came out, they moved to action, the Gap moved to action. So the consumer, your power with dollars has been very, very important. Of course, now ESG is also a very important external stakeholder as well. So it is moving. It's moving fast. There's been a couple panels yesterday on the apparel industry and the supply chain, which was ably moderated by the head of the Global Fashion Agenda. But that's not things we read in the newspaper. So it is behind the scenes. It's not something the consumer knows about, and there is a lot of movement, but we all have a responsibility to keep pushing forward so there is more sustainability, there's more gender equity, the rights of migrant workers, and we're not creating perverse effects by coming up with decarbonization roadmaps that may have other adverse effects, whether environmentally or socially.
Great. Well, Lily, let's turn to you now. First of all, talk a little bit about the work that you're doing with the UN and how you came into this in the first place. I don't think it's not on.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Press on. Complex. Thank you for having me, and it's actually really encouraging to hear everyone speak on this panel and how many smart people are trying to address this complex issue. I got into this nearly 20 years ago when I started modeling and looking at the supply chains of different brands I was working with, and then trying to work with more responsible companies and eventually founding some of my own companies. And I'm here at COP with the United Nations Economic Commission of Europe because they have this initiative called the Sustainability Pledge, which is looking to drive transparency in supply chains in the garment and footwear industry, but also in other industries like critical raw materials, agroforestry, and eventually every single industry. The point being that without transparency, we can't actually understand the problems that we're dealing with, let alone set about trying to fix and change some of the problems that we're dealing with. And some thoughts on that presentation, which I was fascinated by, thank you. It's interesting to see, how much of the power is in the retail end. It's not news to me. But I think, as we said, that's where there's an opportunity, right? Because that's where the consumers are interfacing and there's more kind of brand opportunity and responsibility. And so the responsibility is arguably with retail to take more responsibility for the supply chains they're buying into, to move more money downstream to support the transformations that need to happen. And that's not going to be possible without transparency. I consult with some fashion brands who are trying to improve their footprint and genuinely just are struggling to find the data and the information to see the very beginning of their supply chain, even where that kind of intention is there. So I think responsibility and transparency is kind of critical for change. The other thing that I was thinking about looking at that presentation is it's just shocking the low level of circularity in these supply chains, the tiny proportion of recycling, for example. And that's true in other industries. I think lithium mining, it's around 5% of lithium batteries right now are being recycled. The vast majority is still being made new. I was in Chile earlier this year investigating lithium mining in the Atacama region and seeing how lithium mining and the boom in lithium is devastating new ecosystems and environments. So how do we, I think, in the fashion sector, but also in our economy more broadly, change the economic incentives so that we encourage businesses to drive towards circularity, which I think then leads us to pricing in negative externalities, pricing for pollution, better carbon pricing, etc. Because it shouldn't be that it's cheaper to use raw materials than it is to recycle or use circular materials. But right now the economy is not pricing things properly, and the social environmental costs of constantly using virgin materials are not always being accounted for. And the same would go, I'd say, for like regenerative agriculture, and where agriculture and farming versus petroleum-based fabrics, which are the majority of fashion fibers today, we're not pricing in the benefits of regenerative agriculture versus the costs of petroleum-based fibers. And so the market is still pushing towards like high use of very toxic chemicals over and over again.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the petrochemical. Hello, all right. We're back, I think. I'm glad you brought up the petrochemical piece. I think that something like 20% of all petrochemicals go into apparel, primarily polyester. And for all the critically important conversations about farmers and agriculture, what are you seeing in the petrochemical side? Is that because that's where the recyclability, I mean, in some ways it's easier to recycle polyester than it is cotton. What are you seeing in terms of the progress we're making on that front?
I don't know, maybe somebody else on the panel has specific data, but there's definitely a huge opportunity there. They say that using recycled polyester as opposed to virgin polyester, I think, would reduce carbon emissions around 40%. So the opportunity is huge. That being said, around 70% of new fibers today are petroleum-based, and I think that needs to be questioned. Why? And again, that's why I was talking about the kind of economic incentives. Why is that so cheap? Why is that being pushed for? Why are more responsible materials not being priced in a way that recognizes their social environmental value?
Great. Eva, I know you've done a lot of work on the analytics piece.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise some of the complexities that come into this issue, because we used to have a much more natural-based fiber system. Most fabrics used to be cotton and silk and wool, et cetera. And over time, because of pricing, we've moved much more towards synthetics. But there are really difficult trade-offs here, because synthetics are a lot more, obviously a lot easier to recycle in lots of ways. You can get many more cycles. They are also the main source of more problematic microplastics, though you also do get micro cotton fibers and things like that nano pollutants from other fabrics from washing. And in theory, you can recycle petrochemical-based fibers indefinitely, whereas, as you said, with natural fibers, you can mechanically recycle them, so where you're tearing up clothing and then respooling it into threads, something like 4 times to maybe 6 times max. There's different groups working on extending this, but then after that, you have to do chemical recycling, which is still novel and getting worked out, and then you end up with a cellulosic fiber, so it's a half man-made fiber. You're basically turning the cotton sort of into plastic. So then you end up at plastic anyway. And there's also so much pressure on the natural systems. We know we don't have that. We're currently using 38% of the total surface of the earth, of the land, for agriculture, for food production and cotton production, and we know we need to double food output by 2050, and so it doesn't really square very well. We can't put more pressure on those systems. So there's all of these different competing dynamics, and I think on one level we're actually lacking a good vision of what would an ideal fashion system look like that is fully circular. How much? Right. What is our budget for clothing per year, and also should we be encouraging people who are working in these very hard trades to continue doing that, or should we be actually moving more toward automation and plastic-based clothing? So these are all like difficult questions to answer, but I'm just putting them out there.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, I want to talk about it. We don't have a lot of time here about where are the insertion points, the institutional acupuncture, as my friend Amory Lovins likes to talk about it, where we can start to leverage change. And we talked about the financial piece, talked about all the way down to the brand piece and the manufacturing supply chain in the middle, and then of course the consumer use and the circular piece. So how do we transform this system, John?
Yeah, can I just, absolutely. Can I just mention the petrochemicals? Because I absolutely agree with you, Ava. We're doing actually quite a lot of work looking at the whole petrochemicals industry. And what you actually find is, not popular in this room, but textiles is actually a very small part of end use of petrochemicals. So to put it in context, it's sub 5%. But if I go to plastic packaging, it's about 40%. If I go to the construction industry, it's 30%. So I just sort of want to put that into perspective. In terms of the sort of levers or the levers that we use, what we really encourage financial institutions to do, and I'm going to be really blunt here, when management come in to see these big shareholders, the financial institution does not have very long with that management team, and it absolutely wants to try and make the most of it. Most of that focus is, where are my returns and what's it looking like? The sustainability people might not be even invited to that meeting, or they get a couple of questions. That is the blunt reality of what happens in those meetings. So what we do is go to these financial institutions and say, look, if you've got a couple of questions, this is what you need to ask. And I was happy to hear Lily say it. Traceability is absolutely number one. And again, a bit controversial, but actually a lot of management teams don't want to give that traceability because now the financial institution knows a lot about that business. Of course, we all regard that as great, but as a management team, you often want to hold something back to sort of protect yourself. So if you are talking to financial institutions, the one question, if you've only got one, it's, have you got a credible traceability system?
So you can track and trace bad things just as well as good things. So that's one piece of it. But we get down to the chemistry and a number of other pieces. I'm sure there's some other insertion points here that you want to talk about, Eva.
You mean like places where we can really intervene in the whole system?
Yes,
So. Yeah, I'm sure that there's a lot of different viewpoints on this, but from this kind of systems angle, obviously there's a lot of movement toward reuse in terms of not actually reducing the demand for new textiles, and there's a huge movement around repair cafes and leasing of clothing to extend its lifespan, et cetera. So there's this whole reuse movement. But I actually think that from a bigger picture perspective, one of the things that we're doing right now in the city of Amsterdam is this project where we're trying to actually transform the entire textiles value chain toward a circular one from a linear one. And what we've done is we've started out by mapping what are the different actors in that textiles value chain in the city currently, and how does that connect to the upstream? And where, if you wanted it to go from linear to circular, what are the gaps? So for example, you might need more collectors, you might need specialized companies that do textile sortings. There's these really interesting machines that have been made to do optical sorting. And also you need people to actually use recycled fiber. So we're creating this like systems change investment package to look at the entire portfolio at once and say, okay, well actually you need this policy to change, you need this kind of educational campaign, you need support for new entrepreneurs, and you need to put investment into these different pieces of the missing value chain, and also then looking at what has to happen on the upstream front and connecting that to a blended finance instrument. And I think that this kind of whole systems perspective is really useful, because if I have a sorting company that does really well, but I don't have anyone to buy my fibers and I don't have anywhere to get the fibers from because there's no collection, then that entire chain is broken and it doesn't function. And I think we need to be looking at that. You know, we're doing this in Amsterdam, but it would be great if we looked at this from a global level to see, okay, what are those pressure points? What is the systems change investment package on a global scale for moving toward a circular and equitable fashion sector?
Yeah, and I want to get to your questions in just a couple more minutes. So we're talking about disrupting the industry, but this industry is made up of people, and lives and livelihoods are involved here. And so, Trina, again, skipping down to you, what are the impacts here that we should be looking at, and can we disrupt this in the just transition that we all know we need to be making here in this particular sector?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me? No. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, really? It sounds the same. Okay, hi. Sorry. So I do want to say one thing about agriculture. And you mentioned all the systems effects. So one thing we've done also is look at residual waste, agricultural waste, as inputs, as substitutes for cotton and other natural raw materials. And they do exist. We did a study of 40 different residue or agriculture waste, however you want to term it, 40 different ones in 8 different countries in South and Southeast Asia, and the viability of them being textiles, the raw input for textiles versus the natural ones like wool and silk and cotton, and the viability is there. So it does take more investment. It does, I mean, this is a research study, but it's sitting on a shelf. And so, you know, we're in the innovation hub, and so it's the finance community and what they're willing to invest in as well to scale up what the research has determined to be viable raw inputs to the textile industry. And that goes back to your question about the human aspect, because you were mentioning, okay, should we keep workers in this industry? And that does take a just transition. When it comes to the farming community, the farmers that are doing other crops can now have a source of income generation from the agricultural waste and the agricultural revenue. And so, you know, the thing about inequality is often lack of wealth and intergenerational wealth. And so once you add on layers to that while decarbonizing and achieving net zero goals, then we're enhancing wealth. And that's when so much of the inequality dissipates more. You have more access to healthcare and education and the rights of women. And so it's important to look at the workers as they are and how to generate income from a decarbonized economy. And there's lots of examples of that in the textile sector, some of which we've discussed today.
Great. Well, Lily, what's the insertion point or the leverage point that you see as being most impactful?
Sorry. Hello, yeah. So I looked at it originally from the consumer's perspective, coming from the kind of modeling, branding world. I really kind of fought quite hard on that narrative of conscious consumerism and the power of kind of the voting with your dollar argument. And the good news is there's been a huge trend in that direction. You look at the data around consumers caring, searches for sustainable fashion online, and it's kind of a real growth curve. And I think that's still a really important pull factor, and maybe more now than ever. And we have this kind of weird, problematic symptom of that trend, which is greenwashing and a rise in greenwashing, and that's what we need more transparency to help counter. All that being said, I feel more and more over time the need for policy insertion, the relying on consumers to transform this system is really risky and problematic. It puts way too much pressure on individuals to make choices when it's kind of a luxury to have the time and sometimes the extra money to investigate and choose the brands you're paying into. And I just don't think it's going to deliver the change that we need at the kind of the pace and the urgency that the UN and other institutions and climate scientists are calling for. And right now, as I mentioned earlier, it's not a fair economic marketplace. So trying to make a sustainable product, trying to buy into a sustainable brand often costs more because things are not being priced correctly in the market. And unless that's addressed from a kind of policy perspective, I think we're going to be constantly kind of swimming against the stream of making the change that needs to happen.
Yeah, there's so many pieces here where the brands say, well, we're just giving consumers what they want. And consumers say, well, we want this, but they don't actually necessarily act on that as well.
Hello? Like the consumers yeah, we want great, cheap, beautiful clothes, but we also don't want the sixth mass extinction, and we didn't realize those two things are tied up together. It's a false bargain that's being offered. The other insertion point I would mention is technology. In terms of biotechnology, we were listening to you speak about petroleum-based fabrics and the complexity around these choices. I think there's an interesting area that's being invested into of biotechnology that can disrupt fashion, food, other sectors.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm working with a company in California that's making a bio-nylon that they're selling to Lululemon, which is made in a factory as opposed to in a lab with no petroleum, chemically identical. And so there's a lot of companies doing those kinds of things. Let's get into some questions in the relatively few minutes we have. There's two in the back there. I don't know, is there a mic system or you just stand up and yell? Oh, there we go. We have, hopefully your mics work a little better than.
Is that working? Yes. Okay. So I'm an economist, and I work a lot in climate policy issues. And so the point that Lily made is, I think, fundamental, and it's not obviously just to this particular topic, it's every action in climate. But given that the probability of policy adequately pricing those externalities is very low, right? We're seeing progress, but it's very gradual, very slow, almost certainly not going to scale up quickly enough to meet net zero goals. So what are some of the other policy actions that you would like to see apply to this sector that, even if they can't perfectly mimic what you would achieve through emissions trading schemes, carbon taxation, even sort of regulation, what are the others that would make the largest difference that are politically implementable?
Well, yeah, Trina.
What immediately, can you hear me? Okay, what immediately comes to mind is what was discussed yesterday in the two panels, which is standardization, which is different than policy. So a industry standardization, and the brands were actually asking for that because right now it's not a level playing field. So if we get to the point of standardization, then all the brands are playing off of an expected way of doing business. And it's not some brands investing more and going the extra mile, that it could be financially uncompetitive, that could be difficult for the CFO to approve, the board to approve, things like that. So industry standards is different than policy that could be more achievable.
There's also policy standardization so that when there are policies, it's not a patchwork quilt. So Eva and then John.
Yeah, just to build on that, I think a lot of progress is being made in the European Union, actually. So there's, there's hundreds, actually, of different environmental standards and, labels. And this is also one of the things that's confusing for consumers, and that's something that the European Commission is now trying to address through the Product Environmental Footprint Standard, which is going to be the standard way of assessing and reporting and communicating about the environmental impact of products. So I think that these kinds of things can definitely help a lot.
The other thing that I would add is don't forget the power of the financial markets if they decide to move. So obvious things would...
Private finance cannot align with net zero objectives if the externalities aren't dealt with. It's not going to happen. It'll be talked about a lot, but it can't close that gap entirely.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pretend that they have all moved, and we've got to keep pressuring them to move, to be honest. So there are things, for example, where you could look at banks making loans, and you could look at the social policies and the checks that they need in place. It's interesting because you say there's no effect, but if you actually speak to, well, there might not be enough, but the question is there any move happening? And there is, and it's too slow, and I absolutely accept that. We are talking to these financial institutions the whole time, and they're actually finding increasing pressure from shareholders to do something. It's not fast enough. I completely accept that, but they feel they are being pressured increasingly to make moves in various areas.
All right, let's get to another question here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my name is Stephanie Kelly. I head up sustainability research for a UK investment manager. So we are the baddies, I guess, or the goodies, depending. I think what I was really struck by is, as the conversation was going on, the sort of question about different materials, and it seems like there's no easy win. There's no perfect solution. Like, if you go with cotton, it's very water intensive. If you go with petrochemical-based fabrics, then you have microplastics. And then the whole question about, is ultimately the solution just buy less stuff, make less stuff, and then what does that mean for the workers in emerging markets, not just in agriculture, but in factories? And the problem I've got is if I'm talking to an investment manager who is a shareholder in an Inditex, they're kind of saying, well, what is the solution? Like, what is the answer here? And is there any way for us to have a solution that doesn't create another problem? And I think that's, if there are any ways you think this through, and maybe it has to be like a systematic approach, but I think that's the struggle, is it's really hard to identify this is the solution. And traceability, I totally take that point, but lots of companies are increasingly traceable, but then the investment managers don't know what to do with that information.
Oh, hello. I think it's a really good question. Thank you, because I try in my own work to focus on solutions rather than problems, and I think we've been speaking a lot about the problems, but actually shining a light on the solutions is really important. There are tons of solutions. There are types of farming that can empower the communities that are farming, and also the land that's kind of better types of farming that could be same with food, that can be part of the solution rather than be part of the problem. We, as I mentioned, biotechnology, fabrics, circular fabrics, there are lots of innovations that are being made and can be made. And yeah, I'm not going to list them all now, maybe you guys can give some shout outs to them, but I think as fund managers, going into this space and saying, okay, who are the businesses, who are the organizations that are trying to find solutions, and how do we scale those solutions, is what needs to happen, because the bigger we grow the marketplace of solutions, the smaller the problem space will be.
I just wanted to add that, yeah, sorry to make that sound so complicated. There are indeed solutions. It's just a package. It's not like a silver bullet. But if you look at design for decomposition, for disassembly, you can do that with fabrics as well. We're doing a project with the Laudes Foundation now and the Biomimicry Institute on actually designing fabrics for multiple life cycles and ultimately decomposition. These new technologies, regenerative farming, all in a package, you can come up with a holistic solution. But there isn't a common vision that we're driving toward, and I think that that's missing too.
Great. Let's get one more question in here.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Tochtermann. I'm chairman of Global Fashion Agenda. I think so that if you look at the industry, it is an incredible complex industry, more complex than others. So therefore, I don't think there is one simple solution, unfortunately. I think what we have to realize is that sustainability is actually adding a significant amount of cost to the business system, and that will challenge the whole industry quite significantly. But in that, my belief is it's not self-healing from the companies, it's not self-healing from the investors. The regulatory environment need to change in order to have a level playing field. And therefore, sort of, I fully second Lily and what you had said, so that we need much stronger policies in order to make things sort of fair and equitable for all market participants. So not a question, but just supporting to your discussion here, the policy side is true.
I've used this week a few times the comparison to slavery. You know, if you think about how we moved to make slavery illegal, and arguably it still happens in different places in the world, but officially illegal, it didn't happen through voluntary action alone, it happened through regulation. And voluntary action has been really helpful, I think, in moving this industry in a better direction, but we just need a better level playing field that doesn't allow us to deforest, that doesn't allow us to pollute, that doesn't allow us to abuse people.
All right, we've got under 2 minutes left, and I want to ask you each a really quite a quick question. When we meet back at COP29, not next year, but the year after, how do you hope this conversation will have changed? Trina, I'm going to start with you.
Well, we do center communities, and so I hope the lives and livelihoods of the current workers and those that are most marginalized that are in the value chain of the textile and apparel industry are thriving.
Lily?
I don't even know if I'll be at COP29, but yeah, but hypothetically, I just hope that all industries we see the progress that we need to see with the urgency that the UN are calling for.
Just to pull out a couple of points, if we have really universal transparency and traceability in the industry and some really good policy standards that have been implemented, hopefully because the European Commission manages to make it work, that would be a huge win.
Great. John?
Yes, traceability is already gone. I'm going to go for something rather boring, but absolutely crucial is accounting standards. If the ISSB continues at this pace, then companies are going to be forced to price these things in. When that happens, they will change.
ISSB is the International Sustainability Standards Board.
Just to be more specific and to add to that point, like Mark Harnes has said, the costs of not doing anything, the costs of financial risks are very clear, and I think they're going to become clearer and clearer in the next 2 years as we see more and more of the evidence of global warming. And so we might find the economic levers tilt anyway because of those risk factors.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought in the word risk, because it hasn't been commented, but this risk is throughout the entire value chain of fashion, and most other sectors is really what I think is going to drive a lot of this. We've covered a lot of territory. This is, as you can see, a very complex issue of which we've really only scratched the surface. Any one of these these four individuals could have, we could have done a Q&A for an hour just there. But I hope you've come away with this a little bit more holistic understanding of some of the challenges and opportunities that we face in this world. So please join me in thanking Trina, Lily, Eva, and John.
Hi, everyone. Yes, if you could please take the pictures, not on the stage. If you could please take the pictures off the stage. Thank you. The mic. Thank you, everyone. The next session will be starting in 5 minutes. If you'd please like to take your seats. Thank you very much. entitled Climate Education as a Changemaker for Innovation. I'd now like to hand it over to Johnny Dabrowski from earthday.org.
Hello everybody, I'm Johnny Dabrowski from earthday.org. It's very good to be with you here today. Our session will be about climate education impacts on innovations and technology and how by spreading awareness we can foster green technologies. I would like to introduce our speakers. On the left to me, it's Charles Dahan, strategic advisor to earthday.org and also co-founder of the High Atlas Foundation. Next is Temilade Salami, an advocate for climate education, leader of Eco Champions and also member of Kite Insights. And next to Temilade, it's Kamil Wyszkowski, director of UNGC Poland, also a very strong advocate for climate education in Poland and the organizer of the pre-COP this year. I would like to start with direct questions to our speakers. I would like to start with Charles. And I have a question to you. If we had climate education at schools all around the world, would it help us to develop green technologies and more sustainable solutions? And is it possible to engage youth into designing sustainable innovations? And if you know any examples like this, could you share them with us?
Obviously, education is really key to finding solution. But to say that you can let everybody, we hope everybody has an open-minded on how to resolve every single problems. We have to start. I can give you an example about Morocco. Morocco had started about 10 years ago, actually maybe more than 10 years ago. And if you went to a beach in Morocco, you basically could not walk on the sand. Today, the beaches in Morocco are absolutely cleaned. And I happen to have been there this summer and witnessed a tremendous group of young people working every day cleaning up the beaches. So basically, they have really resolved the problem through education about cleaning the beaches. The problem that they have today is that the older generation, I would not say my generation, but maybe older than me, still are doing the throwing up of the trash. Otherwise, these young people wouldn't have to be there every single day. So education is very, very important on every gesture that you have to do every day to keep everything as possible as green and leave it to the next generation. Obviously, my generation did a very bad job. We have today a lot of people that deny the science that tell us that we are getting in a deep problem every single day.
Thank you, Charles. Now I would like to have an input from the young generation, from Temilade. Please tell us, as a youth representative, do you feel that school prepared you for solving climate crisis? If yes, please elaborate. If no, also please elaborate and please say why and where your knowledge about climate crisis has come from.
Thank you so much, Johnny. For me, it's actually yes and no. Because when I was in school, I studied marine biology, and no one really told me about climate change. And I discovered a problem during a field trip, which was plastic pollution in the lagoon. And I was just curious, and it was a curiosity that led me to ask questions from people. But I would say no, because no one sat me down in the class to say, this is climate change, this is global warming. It was all about fishes, water sampling, and things like that. But I learned online and also peer-to-peer, seeing people like Johnny do the job and, just taking off the knowledge that he has. And also checking, different publications that people have worked on. And this is why it's so important that we embed knowledge sharing in everything that we're doing, because if people are not talking about it, people like me would never know that something like that existed. Because I saw flooding in my communities, you know, we had crazy heat waves, but I couldn't put a name to it as climate change. So it's very important that we embed climate education, and not just in a way that scares people, but in a way that inspires action and also inspires critical thinking for solutions. Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree. And I have a question to you, Camille. What are the political actions we can take to encourage policymakers and businesses to foster climate education in their countries? And what role the United Nations can play in developing educational curricula in the member states in context of climate education?
Okay, thank you for invitation. Great to have such a wonderful audience. Let me start with plastic pollution, because what Charles says is simply very important. When we are discussing with politicians, we need to have arguments. So, for instance, we have data analysis. Why, for instance, for United Nations, we have Stop Plastic Pollution as a main goal. To achieve that, of course, we need to agree a global consensus around that to stop produce plastic simply from oil. That's the main goal. Just let you know, and most probably you know that we have 8.6 billion tons, so 1 tons per person we produced since 1950. And that's a problem. And I fully agree with Charles that to solve that, we need precisely what you says. We need young generations fully involved with that process, and to not to ask, to demand concrete actions to solve it. Why climate education is so important for UN? Your second question, because it's simply a part of climate policy that was agreed in 2014 as a so-called declaration from Lima, as a part of COP20 Lima summit. Yes, so we have it. We have also a global consensus around that. So we have all countries simply voted to agree, to approve the concept of global climate education. And of course, we need to implement that. And that's now, that's why we are discussing it. So, for instance, in Poland, we are doing so, together with Johnny, by the way, and other youth leaders from Poland. We organized a roundtable around climate education to, after 1 year, to agree what kind of recommendations we should have as a part of public policy. Of course, we are doing so with parents, with teachers, with politicians, with opposition leaders, also with academia institutions and our scientists and other UN agencies. So simply to make it happen, we need let's say, national consensus around that subject. What Johnny, for instance, is doing, and other colleagues from his organization to organize around that subject other countries. So when we are acting together from our UN perspective, of course, the message is much, much stronger, because we are not representing just one country which is trying to implement Lima Declaration, but we have much more. Now we have, Johnny, how many? 50?
You mean in the coalition?
Yeah.
So Climate Education Coalition, which was established 2 days ago, has more than 50 youth organizations on board, including Eco Champions and including Earth Day, and more than 60 individuals joined the coalition as well.
And that's a power, and that's what we need. Thank you.
And I would thank you, and I would like to also add that the recommendations that came from the Roundtable on Climate Education in Poland, they are being translated to more languages, probably. And they will be available also to adjust them to the curricula in your respective countries. Now I would like to ask a question about climate education in schools, especially. Because what is the impact of climate education at primary and secondary schools for innovations? If we open more technological hubs at universities, for example, do we still need climate education at primary and secondary schools? I would like to start with Temi.
Thank you. Like I always say, I think we have a lot of, I call it reactionary leaders. So, for example, I grew up knowing about climate change probably when I was 19 or 20, and then I started looking for solutions. But if someone had prepared me while I was in primary school, I would already think critically on how to, be a part of the solution even while I'm young. So the fact that we're going to have them in universities do not exclude the importance of having it in primary schools and secondary schools, because there's something we call formative age. There are just some level that you get to as a child that when they embed some cultures, some mindsets into you, it just stays with you forever. There are some things I learned while I was 5. Until now, I still do those things. And it's very important that we catch them young. That's what I always tell people. So it's not just for our universities, and it's also not just for our primary schools and secondary schools. It also has to go, informally in our communities. So it's very important that beyond our universities, because it's not always just about tech and tech in universities, we also need the young children to be able to prefer solutions and also be a part of, the climate education train, because it's very important. We do not want to raise people who want to get into the system that is already bad. We want to raise people who can think critically and also prefer solutions so that we can get more people on our climate education train. So that's very, very important. We need the primary schools, we need the secondary schools, we need the universities, we need everybody, even in our communities. Thank you.
Charles?
Well, when I grew up, unfortunately, we did not have any form of education. The only discussion I had when I was an engineering student was the nuclear energy and how to use nuclear energy. And actually, Europe, Switzerland, Germany, France have been able to use it in a very safe manner. And it has been very successful. The idea of cutting off completely the nuclear energy and go to coal was a big mistake in some of the country. It's cleaner. But to come to today's technology and knowledge, today we have a different knowledge. We have a lot more information available, but it's absolutely essential that we teach at every grade level, because we need to teach at every generational point. For example, I met this wonderful lady on the front here who had created a curriculum for vocational education that has to do with climate change and very important matters of environment today. Envirotech.com, I think, will be the place if anybody wants to check. There is over 100 courses that are already established in a few countries around the world. I think that at every level of education, vocational education, university, primary school, kindergarten, I think we should start from the day one. That's what's important.
Camille, if you may add up to that, and also as United Nations, as you're a part of it, why you focused on climate education in Poland and in context of schools?
Because we need very well educated young leaders who really understand for what we have a climate change policy, which is a UN policy. That's the simplest answer I could get. When we have very well educated, very well informed, using concrete scientific arguments, young leaders who are a part of climate strikes or other youth organizations, this message from them is much more powerful, especially that we have around them many sharks, especially politicians who are climate denialists and are very well prepared how to use some, let's say, mistakes or lack of knowledge from their end. And that's why climate education is so desperately needed. Not only the higher education, because here situation is much, much easier. We have autonomy of universities, at least in Europe, but it's more or less looks the same around the globe. So within universities, within rectors, we are able to achieve appropriate climate courses. Lower, much better. Simply, situation is much, much worse. Here, we need to agree with the with politicians, especially with the respective Ministry of Education in the respective countries, how to deal with that. And when we have, as a head of the Ministry of Education, a climate denialist, very difficult to achieve that. It's also good to know that we have many teachers from many, specialities like physicians, mathematicians, who simply don't believe that climate change exists. That's the other problem. So they are, let's say, providing this type of false knowledge to their students, and that's the other approach we have to deal with. Yes, so many problems, but fortunately we have Lima Declaration, and we have a set of countries, a growing number of countries, which is simply implementing that policy. So simply keep your finger crossed to make this happen, because if we will achieve and we will implement the Lima Declaration around the globe, imagine that after 12 years we have completely new society, which is aware and which is defining their knowledge as a normal thing. That's not something interesting because I read this or that article in this or that newspaper or web page, but that was, I have it inside of me because it's a part of my scientific background from the secondary school to university, and that's what we have to achieve together.
So I think we can see also a breakthrough for climate education, both in respective countries, as Poland, for example, mainly because of UNGC, but also on the UN agenda. We had Transforming Education Summit, we had pre-summit in Paris and the Transforming Education Summit in New York. Now on this COP we have the first ever pavilion for climate education made by earthday.org. We have established our climate education coalition, which is based on the youth organizations which are fostering climate education around the world. So I would like to ask you about your future plans or plans for the upcoming year related to climate education. What are your action plans for climate education and technologies? Could we start with Charles?
Well, I would start by telling every young people to start planting trees. And really, we need to, in that whole discussion that we had this week, we seem to forget about the poorer nation and the poorer level of people that need to be brought up. You cannot have a climate change and education without improving the life of the people who are less fortunate than most of the people around the world. We need to bring them up with us. This is the most important part. And that should be really, in every discussion, we should have a part where we are going to provide the tool to help them grow. As an example, I have planted over 4 million trees in Morocco, fruit trees, that we donated to poor farmers. And basically, we donated 100 trees to each farmer that doubled their yearly income. It was better than just handing out money, because now they had the fruit, they had the trees, we taught them how to maintain it, and we even told them how to sell it and to make a profit and a living and not cut down the tree for wood. We negotiated with the government to provide regular tree, forest tree, for wood for heating. And that was the difference that we added. That's part of the education. We need to teach people that you have to build by helping the younger people, the poorer people, up with the rest of the world, and that will help climate. That will help the change in the world.
I have also recently talked with Charles about climate education, and he made a very good point, very realistic point, that in some regions there is no electricity, there are problems with water, and you cannot just include climate education in their curricula because they don't have basic resources. And actually the first step should be to provide them with it. Temi, what are your plans for the next year?
I think I have 3 plans to continue to raise climate education leaders across Africa, which we've already started. And the second one would also be to keep the pressure on my government to embed climate education in all of our educational systems. And the third one would be to keep providing resources, learning materials and curriculum so that I wouldn't be the only one fighting this fight in my country and in Africa. So we can get more people who can have access to resources online, and they can take it into schools to teach children about climate change. Those are the 3 plans I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Camille?
Yeah, you said something very important. I'm based in Warsaw, next to Poland. We have Ukraine. I just came back from Kiev, Bucha, and Irpin, 3 days ago, 4 days ago now. Imagine that we have now in that part of the world around 0. It's very cold. All schools are closed because they don't have electricity to heat themselves. So of course, when basic needs are not accessible, it's impossible to learn, to have education, to have proper education. So simply kids in Ukraine, most of them are fled the country. So they are, for instance, in Poland, we have 3 million refugees already in my home country. Most of them women with children, and all this who stayed are simply freezing because Russia is attacking Ukraine, attacking precisely energy grid. So thank you for that. Because when we will realize other countries where we have also wars, Stockholm Institute every year is calculating it. In 2010 we had 31 wars. Now we have 56. So that's very clearly showing how difficult the situation around us and how complicated all this is. And of course we have to, trying to deal with climate education also in this very difficult environment. Planting trees, the other example, very good one. We have UN offset mechanism, and again, I'm representing United Nations Global Compact. That part of UN which is dealing with private sector. We have 20,000 corporations, huge companies around us. So what we are trying to achieve, to provide from their side technical, financial, and other assistance to make happen this type of project like Morocco, to make this type of project sustainable, to make this type of project secured for a future, to simply secure enough funding to make these 4 million trees still there after 10 years, 20 years from now. That's the other layer for climate education, because we need to also business leaders who understand for what is the whole concept related to climate change policy. So again, we need education within private sector to better educate them why we are expect from them more ambitious actions. So when we will, everywhere where we will look, some needs and lack of climate education is visible.
Thank you. We have one question from audience. We need to wrap, so please, if you could say it quickly. Wait a second, you will get a microphone.
Hi, my name is Farzana Khan. I'm from London. I have a blueprint TBD, which is basically helping countries realize what their blueprint and help them better themselves. And UK throws a lot of aid, and I say stop aid, try trade. I absolutely agree with the advice that Axiom, from Axiom Charles. You absolutely need to raise children, to get out of poverty, to education, and that evolves. But just going back to Poland, we talked about statistics a lot. I mean, I think it's disgusting this day and age. You talked about the amount of wars that were in the past that are today. It's ridiculous. You have United Nations set up like this. It's great what you're doing today, but I think sometimes in the climate issue, we forget about the human issue. And I just want to talk about the millions of people, because Poland is suffering the hardest, Ukraine's migrant. But what are you, with all the refugees, I think 3 million you have. And I know Polish people, and I've got also Ukraine teenagers who left their parents ringing me and say, we want to come to London. But we're hearing, how is UN and EU helping that burden? And also you said about situations in Poland. I hate negative things, but sometimes when negative things happen, there's lessons to learn from Poland. How can UN, what is UN and EU doing to help Poland on this situation?
Camille, please be quick.
Very, very briefly. First of all, we have United Nations humanitarian mechanism, which is implemented just immediately when the war is starting in this or that country. So that mechanism exists in Poland. And for instance, our role as UN Global Compact is to coordinate the whole activities around private sectors. So, for instance, for Bucha and Irpin, we are delivering generators, windows, and raw materials to cover roofs, which were simply badly damaged. Imagine that in Bucha, it's a city not from Kiev. 50% of buildings are badly damaged. 50%, 50%. In Irpin, 15. So that's the scale. Scale is massive. So we are delivering hundreds of thousands of windows to help people to survive windows. Plus, we are organizing war zones using generators. Of course, now. Yeah, so from Poland to Ukraine. Yes, so we are organizing in Poland, transferring to Ukraine, and installing them. So that's, let's say, our role, and that's how humanitarian channel works. Of course, for the long-term perspective, together with UNICEF, for instance, we are planning to rebuild the schools in these both cities. I'm using these both cities because Bucha was very famous because of war crimes. So you can imagine more or less where the place it is.
Kamil, I need to stop you here,
we know that we have to finish, but to answer your second question, of course we get support from European Union because we are a part of European Union as Poland. But I have to stress here that that's really unbelievable. We have even a report which is describing that in details. I'm ready to share to you a link, United Business for Ukraine, which is describing how it's possible that in Poland we were able to allocate properly these 3 million Ukrainians in our houses. Because people invite them to houses. I have in my own house 3 kids and 1 mother. Yeah? So they are living with my family. Most of my friends doing the same. So they are with us, yeah? And we are keeping them safe, waiting that this bloody war will end. I hope very soon.
That is an extremely important issue. Thank you for bringing it up on the stage. I would like to thank you very much for being on our panel. I would like to thank our speakers, Charles, Temilade, and Kamil. And I would like to invite you all collaboratively to join our campaigns for climate education so that we can bring climate education to schools worldwide. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Johnny, and thank you to the speakers. We will now be leading a workshop.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. It doesn't really matter, I don't know. I just want So this session is an invitation to attend to our inner dimension. So we're really taking action here in that we are taking a moment to shift from our very heady mind, our mental mind, and shifting down to our heart mind, our gut mind, our body mind, so that we start moving into these parts of neglected parts that we really need to harness and make space for if we truly want this shift, this mind shift towards life-sustaining behaviors, life-sustaining choices to take place. We need to make that space within us, within our own mindset, within our body, within the way we are. The way we are contributes to the situation that we are in. So being mindful, bringing awareness, bringing attention to how am I here now is key if we want to start influencing, persuading not only our own self to be part of this shift, but maybe the people immediately around us, and then further on, and then we can start really talking about a collective mind shift. So we're talking a lot about implementation. So let us implement this awareness by just coming to our breath. So I'm inviting us all just to inhale and exhale. Meeting this breath, which is always here. It doesn't have to be recharged. It's something we can immediately come to bring us back to what is going on here. Breathing in, let's dare to do this. Let's dare to make this shift. It is not our habitual way of being. it almost seems contradictory to be asked to stop in this time where we are constantly told we have no time. Yet, if we do not attend to this personal space, to this personal transformation, we cannot hope for any global change to take place. So this is key. So together, we can again breathe in and feel that breath. Feel your rib cage expand. Really take it. Feel that sternum come up. Kind of exaggerate that big in-breath, delightful welcoming of that breath right up to your collarbone. And as you exhale, see if you can drop down into your seat a little bit. Let your buttocks be heavy. Let your shoulders be heavier. Perhaps the next inhale, just let those shoulders come up a bit and then push them back and down, enjoying that space at the center of the body, the heart space. Again, breathing in, breathe in that deep breath. Feel that that stretch, that physical stretch in the lung space. Perhaps all the way down to your kidneys, to your lower back. And then exhale. Drop your spine, drop your tailbone. Let your buttocks, the whole pelvis drop into your seat, into the ground. So when we ground, we can start relaxing. Relaxing the body, releasing this held tension, this held energy that we need to shift. Another exhale. And feel the discomfort perhaps, or the unease of coming to just being here with this breath. The stopping is so hard, the pausing. And saying, okay, to it being a little bit uneasy or difficult. So it's this welcoming of what is here. Listening, feeling that in-breath. Again, every time the mind is going to comment, the mind is going to try to take you out, because by default, we're always running forward, running away, separating ourselves from this moment, from this life force that is just here. So when you notice that, that is a very cool thing to notice. So you go, again. So you're just bringing back that attention to your breath as if you were training a puppy that hops off, and you just kind of bring that back with kindness. With patience. Bringing your awareness to the sounds around you. Just listening, just what's going on around me. Like opening up without needing, just noticing. You can maybe name the feelings that come up, but just noticing that sound around you. And then bringing the same kind of awareness of listening to around you to inside. There will be resistance. There is something, it is hard to go and just be with this in-breath and be with the out-breath. But see if you can just meet that, even that resistance with kindness. Meet whatever is arising with an attitude of allowing. We have the great privilege as human beings to have the choice of where we put our attention. And where we put our attention, the energy goes. If we start truly putting our attention into reconnecting with the life that is arising in us, the life that is around us, we start really healing that disconnection that we have with our earth. Again, feeling your seats. Can you be even a little, can you just give in to where you are now? Gifting ourselves here the moment of having nothing to do, nowhere to go, for 2 breaths. 3. With each exhale, see if you can release a bit into the ground. Can I just drop into the ground? And perhaps with the next inhalation, a receptivity from the ground, meeting the connection, the generosity of the ground, the earth, when we just give it our awareness, our time, now, just in this moment. Can you hear what is arising? Feel and just welcome that. How are you listening to yourself? How are we listening to ourselves? Will reflect how we listen to others. We are here to collaborate, to interchange, to listen to each other. But if we cannot truly start really listening inside what's up in this heart space with an open attitude, non-judgmental, curious, we will not be hearing the other. So we just have 4 more minutes of this practice together. So really try and stay the ground. We are training ourselves to reconnect with our inner dimension, because this is key to reconnect to the system that we are part of, the living body of Earth. And it is in our reconnection to it that we will be able to be nourished by embodying these life-sustaining choices and behaviors, because we reconnect to our true nature. Inhaling, feeling the inhale, following the inhale like you would follow a line all the way through. And exhale, following it all the way through. And let yourself have a moment of gratitude if you have managed to do that, just one breath. A micro victory. We're always pushing ourselves. We're hard on ourselves. Just let us rejoice in what is here now. Softening the heart space, the sternum. Softening the belly, the lower back. Allowing the kidney space to just open. Can I just allow more space to be there for me to be in a more receptive attitude, receiving the life that is here now. Taking that deep breath into the center of your heart space. Regenerating, restoring that heart space. And as you exhale, just releasing, perhaps you can just imagine it just gaining more space, kind of radiating through your body. When we generate this collective energy of awareness, we start really impacting the life system that we are part of. So the invitation here is, do not underestimate the moments that you come and meet your body, meet your living self here. The positive climate impact or action or implementation that it has to the greater collective. So we'll take 3 last breaths together here now. So again, bringing your awareness back to feeling that breath fill the whole of your body, maybe bringing it all the way down to your belly. And then as you exhale, see how much you can just drop, relax, let go. Don't give up, but let go. Breathing again, all the way through. And exhale. Good. Just to finish our session up, why don't those that dare, you can bring your arms up, just give yourself a stretch, which we could have done at the beginning, just to open up our sides. Take hold of a wrist if you can, and just opening up that side, stretch here. Throw your shoulder blade a little bit back. Inhale back to the center. Have that smile at your heart, or that smile at your lips, and to the other side. Good. Inhale, straight up, and then exhale. Be that space, that new space. Draw your shoulders back. There we go. Thank you. So I have to, this whole meeting the climate crisis within has been published in this academic paper by the Mindfulness Initiative, which if any of you are interested in the more kind of academic measurements of how that's been done, this has been done over like a 15-year period mainly with the UK Parliament. And it's a really beautiful study, so if any of you wish to know more about that, I've got 2 here. Yeah, great. Yeah, it's really beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Climate Action Stage. I'm delighted to invite Kim, Director General of the FSC, to join us to discuss forests as climate solutions. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for coming to this meeting. I am delighted to see some of you whom I know and others whom I don't know, and I'm very glad that we have both categories in this room. This meeting is very important for us in FSC, not because of the size of the meeting or because we're getting hundreds or thousands of people. That was not the idea. What we hope will make it important is the quality of conversation that we can have in this room. I am very much looking forward to the quality of conversation on the stage. I hope it'll be so interesting that you will not mind not getting the chance to ask questions yourself. If you really have something you want to say, please come, shout me, take me down my chair or something. We'll find a way, but the idea is that we will try and have a conversation up here. Let me introduce you first to the panel. We have Juan Fernando Patiño, who is ESA's Director of Corporate Sustainability Program and what's called the Jaguar Connection. I'm sure Juan Fernando will talk more about the Jaguar Connection later. Next to him is Patrick Bürgi, co-founder and senior advisor for innovation for South Pole. Next is Felicity Spors, head of sustainable finance at the Gold Standard. Then we have Stephen Donofrio, who's managing director of the ecosystem marketplace at Forest Trends. And last but absolutely not least, David Antonioli, who's the CEO of Verra. Why have we gathered this group of people? Why is this relevant, and why, by the way, are we relevant as the Forest Stewardship Council to this discussion? It's obvious, of course, and I think we all know this, that forests are extremely important for climate change. They're important for the hundreds of gigatons of carbon that they store, and probably they're even more important for the resilience and the ability to adapt that they create for us as humanity. That importance is what we hope to achieve a focus on through the launch of this climate coalition that we are working on and that we are trying to launch today together with these partners. We want, together with the climate coalition, to give center stage to forest in work on climate change. Not instead of other issues, not at all, because we need to work on all fronts, but as a complement to other issues. Forests are a necessary part of any solution to the climate change crisis. We hope, together with these partners and others, that we can help co-create solutions that will be beneficial to the world and, in particular, to the forest stewards out there. Why would FSC care about this? Well, we don't bring a lot to the table, you could say, in the form of carbon accounting or experience with the carbon market. We haven't had that historically. Yes, we have some carbon accounting now as part of our ecosystem services procedure, so we don't come empty-handed, but carbon accounting, carbon markets and all of that is not our core strength. But we think we bring something different. We think we bring a long history of how can you actually manage forests so that they stay forests, so that the carbon presumably, even though we don't measure it normally, so that the carbon presumably stays there and can be an asset for the world and for the people who are managing these forests. We also bring a way of engaging with our own members, with indigenous peoples, with other forest stewards out there that we believe is crucially important. This is what in many cases are called the co-benefits of carbon management, and we think they are as important as the benefits themselves, and we think we can bring something to the table in these conversations that is really important. In a way, you could say we see ourselves as a translator between the forest stewards, whether they are indigenous peoples, whether they are forest managers, and what they do in the forest, translating the impact of that to something that is meaningful to a market. And I say market in a very broad sense. It doesn't have to be a capital market. It doesn't have to be, can also be government regulation, but is relevant to somebody who is wanting to see the impact in the forest. We're gathered here to discuss whether you as partners potentially could see yourselves as being partners in this setting, and whether you can see a role for FSC in this space that will be relevant. We'll take 2 rounds of discussion with this group, and then I will try to conclude after about 45 minutes or something like that. We can go a little bit over if we have to, but 45 minutes is sort of the idea. And I'd like to start with you, the South Pole perspective. You work with carbon markets all over the world and in many different settings, etc. What trends do you see that are important at this point in time in terms of, for instance, what we think we bring to the table, the co-benefits of forest management in terms of other values than carbon?
Perfect. Yeah. Is this working? Can you hear me? Okay.
If you
okay. Like this. Okay. So thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. And on the question of trends in carbon markets, I think it's a very dynamic space at the moment. There is more demand than ever for carbon credits. We see more and more corporates recognizing the climate crisis and wanting to take action. And since the IPCC report back in 2018, that also showed that we have now to get to net zero and even get negative emissions to compensate for the residual emissions that we will have in the long term. I think one big trend that we see, which is fairly recent, is a huge interest in reforestation as, I think, the most mature and the easiest way to generate negative emissions, right, through absorbing carbon in trees. This is, I think, a huge opportunity, but we also need to make sure that we get this right? Because I see 2 challenges here. One is that at the market now there is a potential tendency for us to prioritize reforestation over avoided deforestation. And in my opinion, that can be very dangerous, right? Because from a biodiversity perspective, the last thing we want is to allow deforestation and then reforest everything again. The other thing is to make sure that we get reforestation right? Avoiding monocultures, making sure that we don't distress water, that we take care of biodiversity. So I think these things are very important, and this is where I think the standards come in and need to help the market to set minimum safeguards and make sure that we get this right. Because the market is crying for these projects. They are coming, and I think we need this collective effort to ensure quality. Another interesting trend is the maturing of remote sensing, satellite imagery, drones, LiDAR. This is, I think, a little revolution when it comes to measurement, reporting, and verification of carbon accounting in the context of forests. I think it will help to improve the quality and the frequency of measurements while reducing the costs of these measurements. So that is, I think, an interesting trend and a big opportunity. Then I had, I think, a few more. Let me look at my notes. Then on the REDD+ space, so forest conservation, I think there is a transition now from project-based approaches to jurisdictional REDD approaches, which will be driven by governments. And I think for us that have been in the carbon market for a long time, acting more as private sector actors, there is a question, what's the role for the private sector? How do we engage? How do the established carbon standards connect? I think this is something that David can talk a lot about. So this is, I think, also an opportunity, but also at the moment, yeah, it's a transition and it's not very clear yet how this will play out. Then maybe just another 2 points. One is, I think, because of the biodiversity crisis that we are facing, a huge increase in interest by companies that traditionally buy carbon credits also in biodiversity, the emergence of new approaches towards biodiversity credits, for example, where companies try to quantify their impact on biodiversity and then come up with, let's say, also finance instruments that can put money into biodiversity protection. And typically this goes hand in hand with all kinds of forest conservation and reforestation efforts. If we do the biodiversity part right. So that's, I think, also an opportunity. And with the Biodiversity COP coming up just a couple of months down the line, I think, yeah, this will be also an interesting space to watch. Yeah, and I think I'll stop here for now.
Thank you, Patrick. And maybe we can do the same event at the Biodiversity COP in a couple of weeks. That would be actually relevant, because that's very much something we see as well. I'll come back to you with some questions about how and where you see FSC's role in that space. But first, I'd like to go to you, David. And we have a partnership and are working on different things that we're trying to develop together. And one of the ideas that I believe is very interesting is the notion of dual tagging. And I think that's something that we're very interested in. I'd like to hear a bit from you how you see that and what the relevance is from your perspective.
Sure, thank you. And certainly, can you hear me? No? Yes, like this? Yes, there we go. Tricky microphones. Well, thank you, first of all, for the invitation to speak here. It's an honor. And I'm David Antonioli. I'm the CEO of Verra. And we manage a number of programs, including the VCS program, which is the world's largest greenhouse gas crediting program. And you mentioned, double tagging, and that is incredibly valuable for projects and for buyers in the end of the day. What we've learned is that buyers want a carbon credit, per se, but they really often like that added documentation and proof that the project is doing much more than just carbon. So we manage the Climate Community Biodiversity Standards. We also manage the Sustainable Development Verified Impact Standard that allows projects to demonstrate that they're contributing to either climate community benefits, community and biodiversity benefits, or any one of the SDGs. And that's proven to be tremendously powerful because, what those do is that allow you to tell a story behind the project. So yes, it's a carbon project that may be in a forest, that's nice. But in many cases, what these projects are development projects. And they're providing funding and financing for communities that have long lived at the edges of survival, really, in many cases. So these projects are really transforming the local economy in a way that's very positive and allowing people to get education and healthcare and any number of other benefits that they're able to secure with the sale of the carbon credits. And that allows the project developers like South Pole to tell their buyers, hey, look, this project, conserves the forest or does carbon, but it also has a very nice, interesting story. And I think what we've seen, Steve may be able to talk about this, that there's a bump in price that generates a premium on the value of the carbon credit. So speaking to our collaboration with FSC, it's been very exciting because, obviously FSC brings a very recognized brand to wood. I mean, whenever you go to one of these big Home Depot stores, you look for the FSC wood, right? A very recognized brand doing great work on the ground. But now if we can add to that the thinking that actually not only is this forest being managed on a sustainable basis, but is actually being managed for carbon, I think that adds a lot of value. And I think we'll be excited to see how this plays out in terms of labeling a VCU, a verified carbon unit, with the FSC label, which is already available on the registry, but we just not found the project yet. So it's very exciting, and we're delighted to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and we also look forward to working on that. We also look forward to working more on the issue of not only the carbon and the responsible forest management, but also the other impact. You mentioned biodiversity already, and Juan Fernando, you will talk about biodiversity. I'm sure some of us already have a jaguar on our labels, and that there is a story there. Could you tell us why you see that connection as being relevant in this setting?
Yeah, thank you, Kim. Good afternoon to all. Thank you for having us in this space. Yeah, this thing is really, really important. First, I want to say Conexión Jaguar, or Jaguar Connection, is a corporate sustainability program from ISA, mainly a company whose main business is energy transmission. But this is our program in which we contribute. It's voluntary. It's our way to be positive, more than our regulations and stuff like that. And so it's not a business for us. It's just a way to contribute to society. And so by contributing, the integrity for us is pretty important. Conexión Jaguar started aiming like 3 main objectives, but all together. Contributing to climate change mitigation through emission reductions, but contributing at the same time to biodiversity conservation, and the third and the most important, generating benefits to the communities. And all these 3 things happens in our forest ecosystems, and mainly in our tropical forest ecosystems, which are the home of our king of the jungle in America, which is the jaguar, right? So these 3 things has to live together. But by doing this, we have now the carbon market, which is growing, which is nowadays the main coin, but it's not only that coin. It's this ton of CO2 that has to be shared or accompanied by the benefits or the additionality in terms of biodiversity, you know, and also the benefits of these communities that lives in the same habitat as the jaguar, who shares that habitat. So that's why we choose first carbon standards that can also recognize that value of biodiversity, additionality, and communities. That's why we are looking for these standards like here, BERA, or also Gold Standard, who are recognizing this and adding value. And this is true because we're seeing the value that our, for example, carbon credits, which has certification in co-benefits, are receiving more good prices. They are receiving good prices. Society is recognizing this. And this agenda, it cannot be like a separate agenda. That agenda is one. That's why we're saying, well, COP 15, 16, biodiversity, and 27 here, climate change. So yeah, for us, it has to be all together, and that's why we are looking for those partners, those standards, those project developers, as Southpole, which is our ally in our program, who can develop and recognize that value. And also with other standards like FSC, sharing like portfolios, because while you're doing like forest ecosystem services, which are related to biodiversity, it can make a great synergy with us in having this project, carbon projects, but with biodiversity included. So yeah, it's a multi-purpose program in which we need the 3 things happening at the same time. We're also open, for example, to generating also biodiversity credits, for example, because sometimes the biodiversity complexity is maybe the source of that service of carbon sequestration, you know? So you can separate them. We have different coins, but at the same time, we want to like make a greater coin, you know, which recognize all the values that the ecosystems and all the value of the communities that lives in those ecosystems. So for us, that's pretty important, and that's what we did till now in these 9 projects that we have in Latin America, which are now contributing to an emission reduction of more than 7 million tons of CO2 and in more than 800,000 hectares of tropical forests across Colombia, Peru, Chile, and Brazil. So yeah, that's like our standard, like working with allies who are also recognizing all those values.
Thank you, Juan Fernando. We know from our experience in FSC that carbon can create additional value for a normal forest manager, so additional to the timber value. That's pretty straightforward and obvious. We hear now also that having the responsible forest management can create more value for the carbon credit, which is also interesting. And now we also hear that actually, if we combine also the third element, the ecosystems, there's also the social, maybe we can talk about that later, that's very important, but the ecosystems also create additional value. Is that, I mean, you work on these things, Stephen, in Forest Trends, in this ecosystem marketplace setting. Is that your experience also? What do you get from your research?
Yep. I'll do the time delay. Okay, there it is. Hey, I'm Stephen D'Onofrio. I'm the Managing Director of Ecosystem Marketplace. We're a nonprofit initiative of Forest Trends. The best way to think of us is that we are a global disclosure system for all trade activity that takes place in the voluntary carbon market. This is a unique commodity/environmental market that exists largely as an over-the-counter cash trading system. And so without that, we serve as a centralizing data system for all that trade activity that's taking place, from original product developer to end buyer, original product developer to intermediary, intermediary to end buyer. So transparency and truth, I think, is a really important sort of element of what we do. And we're purely based on the data that we receive from our 230 plus respondents that are product developers and intermediaries, representing about 100 different countries of the projects in which they are reporting data on to us. When we look at that data, about half of it is from nature-based projects, forestry and land use, agriculture, and the rest of it are technological, household devices to large-scale renewable energy. And I'm just sort of breaking this down because what's really important is last year we saw the market hit $2 billion. About half of that volume came from forestry and land use agriculture, as I mentioned, but about 2/3 of that value came from forestry and land use and agriculture. So what that means is those projects that are benefiting forests and nature, communities, biodiversity, are getting higher prices than outside of that scope into the more technological projects. So that's for one. The second is over the years, for the past 20 years that we've been doing this work, we've always seen buyer preferences aiming more towards projects that have non-carbon benefits. But it's only until the last 3 or 5 years where around Paris Agreement time, 2015, the SDGs became solidified. It became easier for projects to certify their projects with sustainable development goals. And the gold standard requires this. Verra has additional certifications to add on to projects, which is incredibly helpful because now we can see the projects that are standalone carbon or climate associated, but also that have co-benefits and non-carbon benefits. But there is a little bit of a footnote that's required here in that there is an expense to getting these non-carbon benefits certified. And we're going through a project exercise for the next few years in partnership with FSC to really unearth the value of these co-benefits and not solely looking at IFM or improved forest management projects, but really trying to understand across forestry and land use, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and as we talk to product developers, we understand that there are challenges to them getting certified, even though they might deeply ingrain these values into their projects. But from the data that we do see, and I'll just give a couple of examples here, in 2021, our global benchmark price for about 500 million tons was $4 a ton. Forestry projects got about $5.70 a ton, so $1.70 more than the global average price. And then now we take the last few years, we combine all of that data together, so 2020, 2021, and partial year 2022, we start to see some really interesting things because now we can look at the data by SDG. The data that gets reported to us comes with project IDs, vintages, transaction dates, prices, specific volumes, buyer information. And now we can look at individual SDGs and see how the prices are breaking down when you put that as the first variable. SDG 15 is life on land. So just taking a look at SDG 15, for all forestry and land use, it is about $5.70, $5.80 per ton. And then when we go a step further, and this is a bit more challenging because Forest Stewardship Council certification isn't a required element to be tagged on the registries of the standards, but where we've done homework and been able to find out FSC certification for projects, that price goes up about $1.50 a ton from that 571. So it's a much smaller volume that we've been able to identify for FSC certified projects. And it's not to say this is not a causality thing. This is more of a correlation. We can't infer that FSC certification is causing that unless the evidence is actually pointing that direction. But what it does allow us to do is be more confident that these additional certifications that we've tracked over the years around organic or forest certification, on top of the co-benefit certifications from CCB or SD Vista, on top of the carbon credit certification, This shows that there is actually a higher price, for going down that pathway, which is what we've always needed to see. We've needed to see that the market will actually pay more money for project developers to incur those costs to get certified. So that's a really positive signal we're seeing. Happy to go further in more detail later. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. It sounds like there is a lot of opportunity there in increasing the value, and that's exactly what we're hoping to see coming out of this. Felicity, I haven't been too proud of the gender balance of the panel so far, so I'm very glad to be able to come to you not only for that reason, but certainly also for that reason. Working in the gold standard, you are very involved in something called the Value Change Project. Is that something you could tell us a little bit more about and how that relates to these discussions?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me speaking? Is that clear? Okay, so Gold Standard, as many of you will know, is a sustainable development and climate impact management system. It works in 3 areas: environmental markets and to the value chain initiative with corporates around their Scope 3 emissions. And my title, Head of Sustainable Finance, also for the last 1.5 years in finance. And the reason, just to give you a bit of a clarity about why, is we need to get to scale. And carbon markets are a $2 billion market, and there's a $1 trillion market where finance is operating. So I come from the world of finance, and I'm looking at the carbon markets. Okay, how do you bridge that? And we need to get finance to find high impact projects. We need to get finance to value the premiums you're seeing even more. So one of the things that we're doing is to try and drive that through process requirements at the fund level and performance, so that fund managers or portfolio managers start looking for these very projects. We start bridging. I bet all of you who are project developers have heard bankers say, there are no projects out there. And you're like, I've got loads of projects. What are you talking about? And then the other way around is that project developers say there's no money, and the bankers go, there's no pipeline. So we're trying to address that as well. I'm just giving you a bit of clarity because a lot of people don't understand my role, so I'll just give you a little bit of background. Now to your question explicitly, the Value Chain Initiative is really, really interesting because it's all about the money. Carbon markets put a value on an externality. We're trying to value externalities. And the only thing we've got, unfortunately, is a financial mechanism for monetizing that. And I wish it was otherwise, but that's the way it is. And in order to get financial flows flowing to these better projects, we need to explore how can carbon value drive us further. And so what we're looking at is who is under the most pressure to drive action, who's going to spend, who's buying. And we see corporates under regulatory pressure and brand pressure, and they are driving a lot of change, but they're inhibited by certain accounting regulations. And so the Value Chain Initiative was really, how do we encourage corporates to better collaborate in order to clarify on the ground impact amongst multiple players? Many of you will be familiar with supply chain transparency, or rather the lack of it, for certain types of corporates. There's a corporate like Starbucks, they know their farmers. For them it's easy, but you've got Unilever, you've got Bayer, they have very disaggregated supply chains, and they buy from wholesalers or suppliers. They don't see who's producing it, where the action or impact occurs. So the point of the Value Chain Initiative was to explore if we could get collaboration to occur at scale, could we encourage the corporate to collaborate with their competitors, in effect, to drive joint action? Because if you can't see all of it, you're inhibited because you think, why will I pay for something in this space that other people will benefit from? You don't want to, I think you're a great audience, but I'm not going to buy you all a drink, right? So, and in the same way, a corporate will think, oh, I'm not going to pay for everybody else's free lunch. So what we were doing is, can you talk to each other, understand you have a common problem, you have Scope 3 emissions pressure, you have brand pressure, the world is looking at you, I'm looking at you when I buy. How do we drive that moment? And they need to collaborate to make a bigger change. And if there's more of them doing it, then we're likely to see new innovations. And that's what we saw. So the Value Chain Initiative was about building trust through understanding of common problems, overcoming competitive natural business positions in order to drive a common interest outcome, which basically is value-driven, value change. That's why it's the Value Change Initiative. And it's remarkably successful in terms of the outcomes that have come out of that, in terms of fund structuring. We see innovative financial models which are utilizing carbon to drive investments that go beyond supply chain. We recently launched an adaptation requirement because we do think that, particularly for corporates, when you look at your supply chain through adaptation, you go beyond your direct supply chain, because it's not hard, is it? I mean, even my children understand that, to get good shea butter for Chanel, you have to worry about the soil and the water and the forest as well, actually. And so that thinking, I think, is something really interesting, where your effective forest management actually contributing to soil health, water quality, with the resilience logic, is something that we'd be very interested in exploring, and then at scale, because a forest is actually an element in a nature-based solution. And that's the kind of ecosystem approach, and we will be certifying with the International Union for Conservation and Nature pilots next year of the nature-based solution. And again, that is something we'd be super interested to explore with you, because you have skills that are totally aligned with ours. And so we're super happy about this coalition. We really believe that this kind of collaboration of all of us here is what makes the difference, and we're asking others to do the same. So all of you in the room who want to collaborate, come on in and let's start innovating and driving money where it really needs to go.
Thank you for that. And in fact, you already actually now answered my second question, which is, we're now trying to launch this coalition where we want to become more systematic and more, you could say, group working together on these issues. We work with all of you individually. You work with each other across in different settings. That's been very clear. What we're hoping to do with the initiative is to create forums, not one forum, because there will be different questions as we go, but forums over time about different issues that are of common interest. They should be of interest to us, otherwise we probably wouldn't want to organize it, but we hope they would be of interest to others also. First theme, I think, would be what we're talking about now. How do the carbon markets actually evolve, and how can we create synergies and tools that will be useful both for our customers, who are the forest managers around the world, and for your customers or for your contacts, who are different types of people in different settings, and how can we make the system speak with each other? So my question was, what do you see for yourself, your organization, in such an initiative? Do you see benefits that could come of that? And what do you see us as FSC contributing to that? I think I would be very interested in hearing from all of you, and we can take the same order, so maybe Patrick, you start.
Great. Before I start, just two side notes. A brilliant female colleague of mine was supposed to be sitting here, but she had to attend another meeting. So sorry for contributing to the suboptimal gender balance. I'm sure she would have done a great job. Other side note, even though 2 billion in value for voluntary carbon market sounds, great, if you think of the size of the global market for dog food alone, that's $35 billion, right? So how come we spend $35 billion on dog food and only 2 billion on things like carbon credits that are supposed to save or help us save the climate? So just to put that into perspective, we need to scale carbon markets by factor 100 probably. And I hope we'll get there eventually. On these, I think, multi-stakeholder partnerships, I'm a full believer of them. I think we need to get together. What we need to achieve by 2050 as humanity is probably the biggest challenge we ever faced. It's bigger than the industrial revolutions we had in the past, agricultural revolutions, all combined. And if we think in silos, I think we'll never get to the scale and dimension that we need. So I think we need to collaborate, work together, break silos. And this, I think, initiative by FSC is a great example of that, right? And within this microcosmos of sustainability standards, I see a lot of synergies that were already mentioned before between FSC certification and carbon certification. And I think it would be great if, and as you said, I think many foresters that are applying the FSC standard are not generating carbon credits yet, but they could potentially, with small improvements here or there, change maybe the way they do things or scale what they do based on the additional revenue from carbon credits. So for me, I see a great opportunity in basically connecting the two communities of practice and helping the FSC community to benefit from carbon markets. That's one thing. The other thing is about harmonization across standards. I think the last thing Forester wants is to, I don't know, go through the FSC certification process, then a month later comes an auditor that wants to certify against Verra, and they need to collect different data, put it in a different format. This drives them and us as project developers crazy, right? So if we can try to harmonize data collection, terminology, definitions, create common templates for reporting, and come up with an efficient dual certification approach, I think that could be hugely beneficial, right? Adding more value at, let's say, the same cost, ideally, as before, right? You get 2 for 1. That would be ideal. And then another important point is the FSC standard has a huge value and I think branding within certain industries like paper and timber, for example. And all these industries have to get their Scope 3 accounting right, and forests are often in their supply chains. This, I think, relates to what Felicity was talking about before. So I think that's also an opportunity, not to look at the foresters, but also the supply chain that FSC sits in and how we could collaborate to make it easier for the paper and timber companies to tackle their carbon emissions or help to reduce emissions or remove emissions, right? So that's, I think, maybe the final point I wanted to add.
Well, I'm absolutely sure that's very important. We have over 50,000 companies or certificates in our chain of custody system, so that's quite a range of different interests in different sectors around the world. David, Patrick actually sort of already said that this coordination across the standards is something that would be very beneficial for your customers and for ours as well. Where do you see the biggest hindrances for moving in that direction at this point in time? And would a coalition, could that help us overcome those?
Yes, I fully agree with Patrick's comment that it's complicated to do one certification already, but it's doubly complicated, or even more so when you start to bring in others. There's actually a great example, and excuse me for nerding out for a little bit, but I want to mention one carbon accounting methodology that is under the VCS program, which was developed by the Nature Conservancy, which I think could give us a glimpse as to how this could work. So they went and they surveyed all the concessions in North Kalimantan in Indonesia, and they assessed how effectively the wood that was chopped down actually ended up in a product. And guess what they found? They found tremendous inefficiencies, right? Trees that were cut down indiscriminately, left on the ground. As they were hauling them out, they were killing saplings. Just a number of different things. And they came up with an accounting methodology that essentially sets out what is a sustainable forestry approach from a concession for carbon. So I think the first step is working on the label, but I think longer term, I would love to see the development of some sort of macro or government-led approach where you set out, here are the requirements that you need to manage your forest for carbon, even from a concessionary perspective where you're generating timber, but you're doing it in a much more effective way. So I think that there's tremendous opportunities. I think we need to sit down and think about how that works. One thing that Patrick mentioned, which I think is also very relevant, is that in the forest space, particularly the red space, we're moving towards a kind of a nested approach. So here's a great example, right? I think red projects do a great job at delivering services to communities where there's immediate threat to forests. But if you could combine that with a model that encourages governments to adopt sustainable forest practices for carbon, you can actually, create that nested red approach in a very elegant way, also in a way that provides clear guidelines and not barriers, but goalposts for what you're doing. Because a red project, while very important, isn't necessarily dealing with a concession or wood production. So you can actually combine these in a very creative way, and I look forward to having these conversations.
Thank you, David. And that's actually interesting you mentioned the TNC research, because for me that also is an example showing that we as a system also have something to learn from the carbon side of things, because these things were not thought into our standards in the way they probably should be. And probably in a revision of the standard, we should actually look at that same research and see, well, we probably need to optimize here and make sure that we require efficiency as part of the production system. So I think there is something to learn on both sides. Juan Fernando, for you as a company, and you said it yourself, who is not having this as your business, I mean, your business is something completely different. How, or do you see yourself benefiting potentially from engaging in a coalition and spending time and energy on actually working with a group like this one going forward?
Yeah, completely, totally. Because we have to recognize the expertise and the potential that each actor has. So yeah, by accomplish with our objective to contribute, if we are thinking in doing this alone as an energy transmission business, it will be harder for us, rather than taking advantage of all the knowledge and all the capacities that are there in the market, So it's a necessity, We have, like, remember SDGs, maybe biodiversity SDG, climate action SDG, but the 17th SDG, which is alliances. And for us, everything that we do is by alliances, which means synergies, which is a bigger result than only one plus one, okay? So by doing synergies is our strategy to do this bigger contribution. It's our way to maximize the benefits of our investment in this voluntary initiative. And that's why we're working together. But we're working together with quality, with integrity, which is pretty important, because talking about, certifications that conducts the carbon markets, integrity for us is like pretty important, because, a voluntary investment may be resulting in a negative answer because, dealing without integrity, without the rigorosity that things needs to be done, even when a market is included in this. So that's pretty important for us. And creating synergies, but at the same time, what you were working for us is pretty important. Compatibility, and in a efficient way, as you say, well, one certification is complicated, two certifications at the same time, even more complicated. We need to work on that for sure, because efficiency is what we need. It's what we need. Why? Because we want to maximize the benefits of what we are looking for, which is climate action, which is real and effective climate action, in this case, happening on the territories, because we're talking about forests, so we need to maximize that. And we are going to do that by, working in an efficient and rigorous way at the same time, with integrity. We need to take so much care of integrity. This carbon market is really in danger if we don't work with the maximum values of integrity and efficiency. So that's pretty important, and that's why we're even working with you guys, but even we're looking for more allies, because we're expecting to expand this program. And we're trying to, maybe a way to give like some kind of order for these alliances. Maybe we can take a look at the value chain of the carbon market, at least in this case, based on nature-based solutions. But how can we work together? First, by joining our portfolios of projects. And once we find these common interest portfolios, how can we maximize the benefits for those projects? Not for us. is for those projects. You know, by unifying, by joining, you know, that's what we need to do. Also by creating financing structures for those projects. Conservation and forest conservation, restoration, and even avoiding deforestation needs every time higher investment, higher and higher investment. We're just one source, but we need other sources. For sure, we need other sources, institutional, NGOs, companies, to create financing structures for those projects, and methodologies, for sure, methodologies. And as a cross-section thing that we need to work together is also in technology, for sure. And we were talking with you guys, FSC, also regulation. We need to work on regulation so much in each country, and also international initiatives which can organize all those things, and we're in the middle. We're in the middle. The organizations that has to work together, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, you come to this from a not-for-profit perspective and working with Forest Trends. We work with the Ecosystem Marketplace. Forest Trends is also very engaged in indigenous peoples' issues and engaging and getting indigenous peoples into this realm as forest stewards, etc. What benefits would you see, if any, for Forest Trends in engaging in a coalition like this one?
Well, you know, first and foremost, our work is only at Ecosystem Marketplace is only as good as the data that we're receiving. So collaborations that help us strengthen our work, our focus on transparency, and the market's acknowledgement of that, and of the need that even though this is a voluntary process to report, I mean, this is all voluntary, I mean, most of it, right? But the extra thing is, for us, our work, it's voluntary to report the sales data through Ecosystem Marketplace. It's confidential data. It's very sensitive. We've been doing it for 20 years. We treat it very, very confidentially. But it allows us to create these aggregate numbers that are really important for driving finance and influence in the market. And just to be clear, for us, it doesn't matter if the price, I mean, we want the prices to go up, but our business doesn't change, our nonprofit doesn't change if prices go up or go down. So we have no influence or reason to influence price in any way, which is why we're so excited to finally be seeing that it's not just demand preferences for price changes, but it's actual price changes for those different preferences and around co-benefits. Forest Trends does have a lot of other initiatives. Our communities program works very closely with indigenous organizations, traditional communities, working historically on securing land tenure rights, territorial governance, development of life plans. But more and more, as the forestry carbon market space has opened up, it's recognition that indigenous peoples, IPLCs, have to be, if they're involved, the projects are more strengthened. There's longer lasting benefits and impacts. There's much more certainty that these projects will be successful. And the reason for us in sort of in this triangle of ways that we can be involved through our two different elements at Forest Trends is that this information that we're collecting at Ecosystem Marketplace needs to go to the communities also. It needs the IPLCs. We need to make sure they're not being taken advantage of in these conversations, that they have access to data and information so that when they're being told, this is how much we'll pay for your land to buy it or to use it for forestry or other types of carbon projects, they know what the market is garnering for those projects as well. And that they don't get undercut in those pricings. If they're being told they'll get 50 cents a ton, but they really should be getting $1 or even 75 cents a ton, that quarter difference could be really, really meaningful if we're talking about 1 million or 2 million tons per project. So that's our job at Ecosystem Marketplace as part of a nonprofit initiative to think about market equity and how this can be a more equitable market infrastructure. Yep.
Great, thank you. Felicity, you now have the chance to get the last word here, which is at least something, right? So I was curious about how you see the possible major benefits for Gold Standard and what you could contribute to a coalition like this one.
We're very excited about this coalition on many fronts. we need to professionalize the work that we do to enter into the trillion size. So we've been talking a lot, and I'm going to just end with some questions, because that's the way my brain works, and I think it's most interesting. So what could a carbon market professionalization look like if we're to go from a 2 billion scale to trillion? So digitization of processes that harmonize. So if you've reported one data set, let's just take energy efficiency, you don't have to report it for Anthony, for once again, for a project developer who has his own separate PIN, gold standard because you felt like maybe we'll check it out, and then the financial regulations as well, SFDR. So let's at least in this coalition ask us, how do we, if we're to envisage digitization, what could that look like, and what would that mean if we are before we go we're starting digitization, but it'd be really good, I'm sure we're all thinking about it, what could that look like? A joint IPR, how do we share that data? How do we ensure that we're coherent so that we don't develop individual digital silos? That's one. The second one, in professionalization, let's not forget, we want to drive people-centered climate and sustainable development. Although we're talking about money to help investors do more than they've done before, because that's the signal they understand, it must be people-centered. So please, let's talk to your group with indigenous people. Please, let's look at resilience and the people who are most vulnerable, and how do we ensure that the value for forests, where you work with effective management, the experience we've got of how to do it right for vulnerable people, is built in to the price signals as well. Like, how do we work? It's not working yet. We've got a mini social premium. We need more. But we can use pressure points to try and explore that. So if that's our goal, next question is, what is our goal? Can we, with that vision, where do we want to be in 20 years? I'd start, and let's work backwards. And then let's have those working groups on the technical questions. And the third one, the final point would be, if we've got, cheaper, digital, harmonized, which many people would applaud, if we've got a clear vision of a people-centered future where carbon markets play a very effective role, and if we can see scale, and I think this is really what I'm driving, because money, unfortunately, big money for big change, for rapid decarbonization, is not delivered at the size of $100,000 loans. It's delivered at the size, they call small tickets 5 to 75 million. Average tickets, people don't really like to look at anything under 100 million. So how do we coordinate what we're doing so we are attractive to the 100 million? And I'd like to leave it at that. Thank you.
Very good question. Very good. We are coming to the end of this. We could continue this discussion for hours, and I think we will, because it sounds like we absolutely want to do this coalition. I'm really encouraged. I'm happy. So we will continue engaging with you, and we will take a formal initiative to actually call a first meeting of the coalition to discuss these issues. And thanks for ending with questions, because we have a big challenge ahead of us, and I really look forward to working with you on this. Thank you to the audience for being here. Thank you to the speakers for, I think, very inspiring and very encouraging ideas, and I look forward to working with you all on making this real. Thank you so much.
back, and welcome to the session titled Change-Making Journey for Climate Action. I'd like to welcome Yusuf Farahat from Ashoka to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So I'd like at the beginning thanks Kite Insights for bringing this opportunity. And I'm Yusuf Farahat. I'm a youth engagement officer at Ashoka, Arab World Office. And I'm a change maker. I was a change maker when I was a young age. I started my initiative when I was 14 years old. And I'm really happy today to have with me a young change maker, who is Donia Ibrahim. Please welcome her. Hi there. She's one of our, ready? Okay. She's one of our young change makers at Ashoka Arab World and Ashoka Global. And she is doing a lot of impressive work that we're gonna discuss together today in the climate action area. And as you know, when we are talking about climate action, it's very interesting how many injustices comes with that. And one of these injustices is intergenerational equity. Youth and young people have taken up the fight for climate action, not only as victims, but as actors of change. They brought their voices everywhere. They demanded change in a broken system. And what they did when our reality was disappointing? We led by change, by ourselves, by climate activism, change-making initiatives, and social innovations. At Ashoka, the founders of social entrepreneurship field, we are leading a movement to inspire every young person to become a change maker. Anyone who takes actions to solve problems or create opportunities for greater good. And partnership with young people and influential institutions, we build and activate communities of change through our young people. We are honored today. We're having Donia Ibrahim, who is an environmental activist working in the ecological work with a lot of kids, actually. And so, Donia, can you tell us about your initiative, your aha moment, how it all started?
Thanks for the great introduction, Yusuf. Thanks for being here today. I have a pleasure to be with you all today. So my aha moment. Actually, I have a story behind it. 4 years ago, I was going to one of the cleanup campaign for the Nile River. And when I was on my way, the woman sitting next to me in the bus asked me where I'm going. Because I was so young and we were early in the morning on the weekend, so I started explaining to her where I'm going and what I'm doing, and she was listening very carefully. But when I was done, she looked at me and advised me to go back to home and do something useful. Back then, I felt really disappointed. I was very, very disappointed that I got off the bus and went home. But for weeks, I keep asking myself, was she right? Is what we are doing really unuseful? The answer was no, but why she couldn't feel the problem? Why when we clean the Nile or do initiatives for the environment, people don't engage with us? Why? What is the problem? Back then, I couldn't find the answer, but I have to take action. I founded Greenpreneur with a really unique philosophy that we not just raise the awareness of people about the environmental issues, but we also change the way of how they think, behave, attitude towards the environment to be more sustainable. And we focused on kids.
Very interesting. Why kids? Why kids? Why not the lady herself? Or yeah, why kids?
Yes, a very good question, actually. Okay, when we look back to our childhood, it's easy to see how it shaped us to be the one who we are today, right? Teachings become our normal. So I believe that start environmental education for kids from a very early age shaping their mindset and attitude to be more eco-friendly can turn the table of climate action. Also, we always say that we need everyone to join the movement. We need everyone to fight against the climate change. Who is everyone? Who is everyone when half of the population are kids and young people under 18? Those are the ones needed, right? So start the environmental education for kids and inform them about the climate crisis. Help them to avoid adopting bad habits. Help them to have healthy mindset towards the environment. And actually, that guarantees that they will grow up and be part of the global movement as an individual. They be part of the global fight for environmental preservation.
But like, I think working with the kids, sometimes it's an easy mission, sometimes it's a hard mission. So can you tell us more about what are the tools and the approaches that you're doing and in your work with your kids?
Actually, it's really difficult, yes. But Greenpreneur, as I said, has a unique philosophy. It's a complete learning journey for kids. The kids gain awareness about environmental issues, reflect on their attitude, and learn how to solve the problems. We have 4 stages. We start by gaining awareness. So in the first, we design a special curriculum to include all the knowledge, the necessary concepts for kids to know about what is happening in the world, what's happening in their surrounding. So we talk about topics like water and air pollution, global warming, destruction of ecosystem. We even go for more complicated concepts like decarbonization, carbon footprint, and how to calculate it, climate injustice, and renewable energy. We depend on a very interactive way of learning. We depend on activities, scientific experiment to facilitate the process of knowledge transfer. Then we let them gain a factual knowledge. We arrange site visits to natural reservoirs so they can see how we lose our natural resource, how we lose plants, animals, birds. We organize some site visit to places like wastewater treatment plants, solar panel farms, so they can be aware of the updated technologies in the field. And sometimes we organize our session in outdoors, in the public gardens, so they connect with the nature and connect with the environment. Third step, and this is the most challenging one, changing their behavior. But we focus to change it unconsciously. In Greenpreneur, from day one, we use everything, we designed everything to be eco-friendly, starting from the IDs, our IDs. We use wood IDs, not plastic. We don't use plastic covers. And they ask about it, why we use it? What is this? And we reply to them and letting them know what is this, why we use it, what is the impact of this. Having separate baskets for each type of waste tells them something. And sometimes we let them at the end of the session to recycle their waste. And this learns them how to recycle their waste. And actually, they are very smart. They also learn how to reduce their waste because they don't want in every session to recycle them. In the final step, and in this stage, it's supposed they are well educated about environmental issues. We ask them to pick a problem, an environmental issue, and search for a solution to it. And most of the time, they surprise us about how innovative, how good their proposal and their projects.
I've always wanted to visit them. Actually, one of your visits, so you should invite the team.
We
for,
work with
for-
kids
for
only.
a
Sorry,
visit.
Yusuf.
What's success for you? What's success for your initiative, for Greenpreneur? When will you consider that your mission is partially done? Because I think it will never be.
Um, Actually, I felt that Greenpreneur success every time a parent call me and tell me that his kid refused to use plastic bottle or to buy plastic bottles. Actually, last year, we organized a session in a school, and a week later, the administrator called me and tell me that one of the kids that were attending the session asked his teacher to have separate baskets for the waste, the paper, one for paper waste and one for food waste. And he explained to her that we need to separate our waste because it can be recycled later. This is the success of Greenpreneur. I know we have a long way to go because we want Greenpreneur to be implemented in every and each school in Egypt, because the story will never end here. I remember the name of this kid. His name is Karim. Karim will grow up to be an environmental advocate. Karim will grow up to be a conscious policymaker. Karim will grow up to be a great green entrepreneur who have an innovative ideas and solution for our problems. And the most important, he will grow up to be a responsible consumer, producer, and a responsible person. So I dream to implement Greenpreneur in every school. I dream to see all the kids and children aware about the environmental issues and have rule in climate action.
What an energy. And I'm sure that you will gonna achieve this dream one day. And I was really thinking about parents. How are the parents reacting to your sessions? Did you receive any feedback from them after the sessions or before?
Actually, at the first, I only see them complaining. Why? Because our kids learn us how to behave. One kid asked his mother to stop buying plastic bottles, and other kids force his father to buy an eco-friendly product, alternative product. They complaining at first, but then they are listening to their kids, and this is the change we need.
Okay, thanks. So, can you leave us with a message or a call to action today, as a young person, mainly, who's doing a lot of amazing work, and I'm sure that a lot of challenges face you also. Can you leave us with a call to action or a message or whatever you like?
Yes, actually, okay. Yes, agenda is often deemed secondary, and we are often excluded or left out of important decision-making processes. This is stripping us from our voices. So we need to be more significantly included in the policy making. We need to be heard. Our ideas, suggestion, and our project need to be taken seriously. And secondly, and the most important, that now, more than ever, we need government, national, international organization, and entities to allocate more resources, especially financial resources, to help us to support our work and help us to continue.
Thank you, Donia. Thank you a lot. And the space is open if you have any questions, please. Okay.
Thank you, Donia, for the presentation. So I'm interested to know more about how did you organize your team, the Greenpreneurs. So I assume since you work with a lot of kids right now, so when the idea, I guess how the idea, how did you come up with the idea, but how did you organize a team? What is the size of your team? What do you do right now?
Okay, actually, I have a great team, but I like to describe myself as I'm only part of the of this team, and I only do a specific thing. I actually am doing our curriculum. I design our curriculum because it's my major. I'm majored in environmental engineering and science, so I design our curriculum, and I have a great partner. Actually, I would to thank her, Yasmin. She is not with us today, but I would thank her. She organized all the other stuff, logistic stuff, the volunteers, all other things. So she did a great work with me.
Any questions? So thank you, Donia. Thank you, everyone, for being with us tonight.
Thank you very much to our speakers. If you would like to come back and join us for the next session, it will start in about 25 minutes. Thank you very much.
Actually, I'm very pleased to be here with all of you today, and also with those joining us online. It's quite special to organize a discussion on the future of the Amazon just after Brazil's presidential elections. I would say it's quite a timing for this, yes? In the last few years, I have been organizing a series of events focusing on Brazil as part of my work for Global Canopy. And most of these events were to discuss all the setbacks that we face in the country, not only on the environmental agenda, but also on the political and social agenda, amongst others. Agendas that were led, actually, by the current president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro. I would say so. Because of this, it's such a joy to be here and somehow having this perspective that we are kind of turning this sad page of Brazil's history, and that we are starting not only to discuss, but I would say to start shaping the possibility of renewing, updating, rethinking the policies, public policies, but also civil society actions for the protection of the Amazon and for its people. We know it's not going to be easy, quite the opposite. We have new challenges now to face, such as the alliance between illegality and organized crime. We have, for instance, also the elections of governors in the Amazon region who are Bolsonaro allies. We have loads of disinformation and fake news in the country. And we also have a profound economic crisis, who brings us also the responsibility to think about not only how to protect the biome and its people, traditional people, which is already a huge challenge and something we owe as Brazilians, you know, for society and for the planet. And I would say also that we have also the challenge to think about how to include those who are now part of what we could call the economy of destruction. And so we need to change that and offer more prosperity for its population, the population of the Amazon, who actually have the worst social indicators of the whole country. So I also, on the positive side, I also like to say that we have a new president in power. As I said, the chance to kind of start something quite new there. Also learning from the past, because during Lula's first mandates, we were able to have in the country a huge decline, a historical decline in the deforestation of the Amazon. For me personally, this event is also an opportunity to pay a homage to Joênia Wapichana. He's one of the panelists. It's a great honor to have her here with us today. As I was reading this morning, she is a woman of many firsts. She was the first woman to go to university in her family. She was the first woman to become an indigenous woman who is a lawyer. She was also the first ever indigenous congresswoman. So, muito obrigada, Joênia. É uma honra ter você mesmo conosco e parabéns pelo seu trabalho. I don't want to say much more because we are late, as you know, but I would like us, before starting the panel, to watch the trailer of a film which is called The Territory, which is incredibly powerful. And somehow, for me, it sets the scene from many of the topics that we'll be discussing here.
A floresta, os rios é a nossa casa, onde a gente se mantém.
Porque o Uruê-Uauau é como se fosse uma barreira.
Tudo desmatado.
Ela é, para mim, no meu ponto de vista, o coração, não do Brasil, mas sim do planeta em geral.
sonho brasileiro de quem está vivendo aqui é ter seu pedacinho de terra para poder trabalhar, né? Tirar ali o seu sustento. Produzindo alguma coisa, plantando para fazer nosso Brasil para frente. Eu mesmo falo, eu nunca vi nada de índio.
Fala, ninguém nunca viu, não.
Só fala, não.
E o que eu fico revoltado é que a gente ainda é considerado bandido, pessoas que atrapalham o país, entendeu?
Desce no coco, vai estar no rio. Eu tô ali, eu acho. O cara vai estar ali, né? Vai, continua.
A Associação dos Rio Bonitos diz que querem sua terra. Mas, no meu ponto de vista, eu acho que eles querem mais do que a terra. Eles querem acabar com o povo indígena, acabar com os isolados. A gente não vai permitir que aconteça, não.
Whoa. Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, well, I'm Carlos Ritter from. I have the honor to represent the Forest Foundation Norway here, and it's a pleasure to be siding with Krika to facilitate this event. Krika is a former colleague, fellow, and friend from the climate arena. She invited me to do some of part of my career together, and well, I'd like just to start inviting. Krika has introduced you, Joania, but I would add to your huge curriculum, to your huge contribution, the fact that you established a caucus to defend indigenous people's interests in the National Congress. And please join us. It's a pleasure to have you here. You probably have heard the name of Joania a lot in the last few days about the new government, and we hope you have your contribution to be also well accepted and respected, and your name is well considered by the new government. Thank you very much, Joania. Secondly, I would like to invite Mauro. Mauro is the football fan from Paysandu and Botafogo. Botafogo just came to the group of teams that could get into the Libertadores Cup next year. And he said represents here the Secretary of Environment from the state of Pará, one of the most important states when we speak about not only forestation, the challenge of deforestation, and the policy that could address deforestation. It's the state with the highest deforestation rate, and so it's a pleasure to be here together with us, Mauro. The next is Chai. Chai, for those who, please, a big round of applause to Mauro also. Oh, the next is Chai. Chai is there. For those who have been to COP last year in Glasgow, you probably have seen one of the most powerful speeches made during that COP in the opening ceremony. And Chai has among several different initiatives she leads. She's a representative from the Youth Indigenous movement in the state of Rondônia. She's one of the coordinators of the Canindé Association. And she's one of the most important voices nowadays from the youth indigenous leaders in Brazil. Chai, it's a pleasure and an honor to have you here. Please join us. Awesome. And last but not the least, I would like to invite Marcio Astrini. Marcio Astrini had the most easy job in the world is to start working for the Brazilian Climate Observatory in 2020, a very easy year, where we all know that there's nowadays the most important environmental network in Brazil. He just joined the Climate Observatory after its former lazy executive secretary gave up and moved to Europe. That's me. And so Marcio has done a brilliant job in turning Climate Observatory even stronger and more powerful and going far beyond the climate agenda. This Climate Observatory started as a network defending, working for the climate policies, and nowadays is a network very important defending democracy and rights. Please, Marcio, come. And he's also a supporter from a fantastic team in Brazil. São Paulo is not doing well recently. But he's my friend. And thank you so much. I'll pass to you again now. And you, Krika, you address some questions to the panelists, and I'll join you later. Yeah, me too.
So just before starting with the first question, I also would like to share and say a special thanks to Kite Insights for the opportunity for us to partner with them once again at this COP as last year, and also to Climate Action to host this event, and also for Rainforest Norway for their support and for making this event possible for us. I would like to start asking Chai, how is it like to be back at COP after your explosion last year, Chai? And what are you bringing here? What are you saying here about Brazil that is different from what you said last year? And what you think that is still important to repeat, you know, for this international audience?
Thank you. First, I would like to thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here, talk with you about our reality, about what's going on in the Amazon, and how we can win this war against the climate change. How change the okay. The last year, I have the pleasure that do the opening in the COP, and now I come back in this COP in this beautiful country, and some things change. First, because now we have a president, because in the last year we don't have, is the truth. And now we can think about the future, because in the past we were just in response. We are just in survival, and now we can thinking in construction, thinking about the future, thinking how we can really change the things. And I think to Brazil, this is very important, and also to the world, because when we talk about the Amazon, my place, we are talking about not only my future or the future of my people, but your future too. And I think it's very important say that. But one thing don't change. We continue to talk about people. When we talk about climate change, we are talking about social justice. And we want win this, we don't think first about the people. Why? We cannot do a carbon market if the people there don't have education, don't have health, don't have security. Because we protect the land. The United Nations said the indigenous peoples are the best defenders of the forest. We are 5% all the world's population, and we protect 80% the all biodiversity. And this show how we are so important to balance the climate, how we are so important to continue have life. But it's important to say that now we have a better government, now we have a president, but we can change the things if we are not together. Because the government won't change the things if they don't have the companies, the indigenous peoples with them. They cannot, you know? It's impossible because we need, first we need financial. We need that the rich countries look to us and understand that they need to show the money. They need to show the money to us, you know? And esse aqui é o meu tempo, né?
Yeah, no, I need to move on. Sorry.
Okay, so thank you. And
so my second question is for Mauro. Mauro, as Carlos has already described, Pará is one of the most important states of the Amazon region and the one with the highest rate of deforestation. So what are the problems that you face to tackle this issue there, and what are your priorities at the moment to face this problem?
So I would like to thank to the invite to be here. I think it's much important to realize this kind of events. So Pará is the leader of the deforestation in Brazil for 15 years. So, but in the last 4 years, the curve of the deforestation is declining. The Pará has 70% of the lands owned of the union government or the federal government. So when the federal government stay out of the war against the deforestation, the Pará decides to combat the deforestation only in the 30% of the lands of the Pará. So the curve is declining, but deforestation must have to cooperate with the union, the state, and the municipalities. If you look only a part of the deforestation, you don't be efficient in the war against the deforestation. So we must cooperate with deforestation, in deforestation or the war against the deforestation. So the Pará decides to do rules and laws to prepare to receive resource, not only financial resource, but human resource to improve the war against deforestation. We institute a policy climate change states, a sectorial plan that we call Plano Amazônia Agora, that's land and use and plan and forest plan that we want to implement in the four next years. And we institute a state plan of bioeconomy. We institute a fund, a private fund called the Eastern Amazon Fund. Now we are prepared to receive resources, but we are preparing the states to implement policies that will decrease the deforestation too. We must to convince the people of the municipalities, the 15 municipalities that has the high level of deforestation, Bolsonaro won the elections. The 15 municipalities that the high level deforestation the population didn't vaccinate from COVID. So the first municipality that the high level deforestation, the people from this municipality, just 18% of these people was vaccinated of COVID. It must be studied why the people votes in Bolsonaro and why the people didn't vaccinate of COVID. So we, in this panel, in this audience, I think that people want to study this, want to cooperate with us, to join with us with this war against the deforestation.
Thank you very much, Mauro. I would like to hear Márcio's or civil society's perspective on what's happening in the Amazon states and what, in your view, should be prioritized to solve these problems or start solving these problems.
In the states, in general way, including federal government?
Yes, but focusing more on the state level, but also, yes, if you want to comment the federal
Great.
level.
So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. And you are all my friends. I know you a lot of time, but Carlos Quito was the former Climate Observatory Executive Secretary, as he mentioned it. And he didn't say he was also the former Public Policy Coordinator or Climate Coordinator in Greenpeace, when he placed him as well. And so just so you know, next year I'm going to be here replacing him as well to doing some questions to other people. And thank you very much. And I mean, in Brazil, long Bolsonaro's government, we had a lot of problems, of course, related to democracy and other issues, other times, in general way. But what we faced in the environment agenda is related a real sabotage put in place in this theme in environment agenda during 4 years. It wasn't something that just was like a omission come from the federal government. It was planned to try decrease the capacity of the Brazilian state to face criminals in Brazil. We are not just talking about criminals who are operating in the Amazon and criminals who are not being faced by the federal government. Not. The federal government established one real partnership between the government and the criminals, mainly in the Amazon, along the country, but mainly in the Amazon. Bolsonaro didn't create the forest crime in the country. Bolsonaro created the partnership between the federal government and the crime in the Amazon. The most maybe clear, or the most clear example we have is about the former Brazilian minister, which resigned the ministry exactly to don't be arrested because he was investigated and he was prosecuted by the Brazilian federal policy and the Brazilian Supreme Court for being involved in 9 environmental crimes, including illegal timber exportation facilitation. Like that. So the crime was inside the federal government. The crime was the federal government, and I had a partnership at the federal government. So to rebuild this capacity to face the crime is one real challenge in the states, and also in the federal. When you're having one federal government which gives a bad example, which drives the criminal, which gives benefits to the criminals, even in the states, in the subnational level, it absolutely it creates one scenario very difficult to operate. and so sorry to change this it's absolute to rebuild the capacity to face the crime.
Ok, briefly, vocês todos têm um copinho d'água aí do lado. O do Márcio foi um pouquinho para trás, que ele anda meio desastrado hoje com copos. Mas tá do lado direito aí, Joênia. Só para, assim, se a goela ficar seca aqui, a gente tem um pouquinho de água. Não, Joênia, essa eleição ela foi muito tensa. A expectativa até o último minuto de quem seria o presidente eleito e o que isso representaria. Yeah. Switch to English, yes. Joênia, thank you. This is one of the most disputed elections since we came out from the dictatorship times, and till the very last day, no one really knew who would become the president. There was a huge engagement from indigenous people, several candidates. You were running again to the National Congress. And at the very end, we had for the Amazon, it were two absolutely different worlds. Bolsonaro lost, the Amazon won. And what's your first thoughts now that Lula is the president, and what's your impression? What should be his priorities to address indigenous people's affairs in the proper way and to reverse a series of setbacks that we had along these last 4 years? Thank
you. First of all, I would like to thank you and for invitation and congratulations for the Sky Day discussion and for the audience. I feeling hopeful and optimistic because a Lula president is new president in Brazil. I hope we have more credibility in the world and stability, political stability, and especially in international discussion. I think for me in Amazon and indigenous people, a priority for us is conclude some demarcation because Bolsonaro president stopped all process to recognize indigenous lands and the invasion in some indigenous land, like in my state, in Yanomami territory, is totally danger for indigenous because this time there are a lot of violence against indigenous, especially for indigenous women and children. And this, I want to say that this night, people in Boa Vista City, Boa Vista capital of Roraima, my state, killed one indigenous woman and she put in risk the children 6 months the age. And the people ask why a lot of violence? Because Bolsonaro encourages people to do attacks against indigenous peoples. But why? Because need to explore indigenous land, like miners, illegal miners inside indigenous land. And now I know the Lula president make the best proposal for Brazil. What kind they propose? He said for everybody in Brazil and invite everybody. We need to rebuild the country, rebuild and include social, environmental agenda and prioritize some areas like climate and youth and the indigenous rights and environmental social participation, and maybe to remove invasions from indigenous land. And for this reason, I am hopeful that Lula have more to consolidate this proposal, and the Brazil could change this image in national level. And I think Brazil has a lot of condition to do the best for the planet, especially because in Amazon, in different biomes, you have capacity to develop more action and program to save not just the land, but the life. They protect more the space, especially natural resources. I think this is the first impression.
If you allowed me, Carlos, maybe we are seeing the new ministers of the new minister of the indigenous people in Brazil, Lula.
I receive.
And
Opa!
We will be back with this as a question.
Subject,
As a
yes.
question.
I
Thank you.
receive.
Thank you. No, a very, very important, relevant comment. And yes, we vote for sure. But Marcio, you too. The last 4 years were years of resistance for serious for indigenous people, but also for the environmental movement in Brazil. And what changes now? And the type of work the Climate Observatory is doing. What is the perspective now, and what should be the focus after Lula is inaugurated in January?
So I would say the first thing changed in Brazil is about the democracy. Yeah, without democracy, you don't have a space to fight for indigenous, rivers, trees, environmental, climate, anything else. And so that's the most important, to keep the democracy in Brazil. I was used to say before the election, Brazilians would choose between democracy or Bolsonaro, Amazon or Bolsonaro, human rights or Bolsonaro, humanity or Bolsonaro. It's impossible to have all of these and Bolsonaro at the same time. And so fortunately, Brazilians choose it for the forestry and the humanity, democracy, and not Bolsonaro. We're going to have a lot of to rebuild in Brazil, in any field, yeah, in any perspectives, in public health and education and democracy, and of course, and environment in a lot of areas. But doesn't matter just rebuild the country. We needed to rebuild the country and to build the guarantees, or to work to build the guarantees that we will never have to rebuild it again, the country. Yeah, that's our main challenge for now. And I mean, Lula, I have been with him like months ago, before the election, in one public event, one day before the Environmental Day, the World Environmental Day. And I can say you for many times, actually, but this was a special moment when Lula said in this event, he was really convinced that climate and environmental agenda and a social agenda goes together, walking together, they are together. And Brazil is suffering a lot of extreme climate events as well, like in Petrópolis, one city, and in Rio de Janeiro, when we have a lot of extreme weather, extreme rains occurring there, and a lot of poor people and a lot of vulnerable people was suffering because the extreme events. And so that is showing, and Lula is really personally convinced that climate will affect more and more poor people, and poor people and the poverty is in the center of Lula's agenda to this government. If poor people, most vulnerable people, and poverty is in the center, so climate must be in the center as well, because the most affected people in Brazil and others, as we are seeing right now recently, unfortunately, in Pakistan, yes, it's poor people. The image you have that comes when you see a huge dry or extreme climate event or anything, it's the poor people paying the most part of the bill for climate event. And so he's personally convinced on that. He knows climate and environment agenda is a very important way to talk to the rest of the world. And Brazil can be a leader, one of, not the leader, but one of the leaders in this agenda, but must gives the example.
Sorry, Marcio, what are going to be the shifts on the Climate Change Observatory's work now as a result of the elections?
Yeah, and I mean, we are coming from this place to resist and going to another perspective to rebuild or to build the agenda in Brazil. And so, for example, in the last 4 years, we were discussing how to halt setbacks to be imposed in Brazil, legislation to be changing towards in the country. And then now, we are right now writing proposals to the government and how to advance to the agenda, and how to work together with civil society. The government, I don't believe the government will do everything needed alone. So civil society and governors, indigenous in general way, the academy will be all together, and I can see all of them ready to work together with the government, and the government ready to have these areas, this space to in collaboration work with the government. So that's the why we are so helpful. I don't believe Lula or his government will be a magical government. We'll do everything possible, but now we are coming for one situation when we were really in disappear, and now we have hope. That's the change.
Okay, thank you, Marcio. Mauro, thinking about the way the abilities required by the challenge to manage the conversation among so different heads and so different governments among the Amazonian states. How is to find a consensus to build an impactful and positive agenda with among governments which are run by some people that are in some states, for example, in Chai, NAIDS states in Rondônia, we have a government running an anti-environment agenda, anti-indigenous people's agenda. And so how is to address that under the umbrella of the consortium and to find something proposals and positive and impactful?
So Carlos, allow me to do a reference, a special reference about my governor, Helder Barbalho. Under his leadership, everything, just everything, the policies that we presented to him, he approved and defend and turn a public policy in the states. The Governor Helder is a new leadership that are becoming a national leadership. So in the legal Amazon, we have 9 states. And these states, 3 of these states were not aligned with Bolsonaro. 6 was aligned with Bolsonaro. And in every 6 states, the governor was re-elected. But I think with the absence of Bolsonaro, the President Lula, with his capacity of the coordination, so leadership, can turn this with the help of the support with people like Joênia and Chais, indigenous people, traditional communities, and extractive people, and the civil society, we can help President Lula to change these things. I think the governors of these states that was aligned with Bolsonaro must need President Lula and the federal government. As Marcius said, we don't do anything alone. We have to cooperate. We have to learn to cooperate. We have to learn to coordinate and support and empower the municipalities to do what we have to do. We must have much work to do. It's difficult to rebuild the government. Every office, my original office as General Office of Lawyers of Brazil. I'm a state lawyer from Brazil, and includes the General Office of Lawyers of Brazil as must be rebuilt, and Ministry of Environment and Human Rights and other offices ministries have to build. So I think we must President Lula lead this way to change the minds of the government with the support of the states and the municipalities.
Thanks, Mauro. Just a follow-up question on this. What is the specific agenda that the governors are bringing here to COP?
The governors asking for the capacity building, but not to prepare the public servants, but prepare the organization of the states. We have much resource, financial resource, free to access in the world. But you have to prepare the states and the municipalities to receive this resource and manage this resource. So we must have to prepare the functions, organization, the organic organization of the states and the municipalities to implement the policies. Is the priority.
Thank you. And Mauro, take advantage that you had made a comment before. Joênia, I'll come back to you because, well, we know that among the promises made by President Lula when he was running for the presidency as candidate was to defend the rights of indigenous peoples, and through the establishment of a new ministry. And so your name have been referred to as one potential minister, and of course you count on the support of many around here. And Ailton Krenak, another fantastic indigenous leader in Brazil, has declared support to your name as the new ministry. But if you want to make any comments related to that, you are welcome on the conversations, if there's any conversation about that. But more than that, what should be the priorities of this new ministry for the agenda of indigenous peoples, and how these coordinate, for example, to the work done by other existing agencies, FUNAI, CESAI, and others? Thank you.
So I have to say I'm happy and able if the Lula invite me. But referendo in indigenous movement, it is very important for us. I think the Lula, when he said this new minister and for indigenous peoples on national events like ATL, Acampamento Terra Livre, this moment had a lot of concern about the some regressive and the bad policies about the indigenous indigenous rights, because Bolsonaro every time said the government no space for indigenous, no budget, no money, no financial, stop demarcation, and try to accuse indigenous leaders because they climb international level about the situation indigenous in Brazil. They try to convince agribusiness to dispute between indigenous because her indigenous land. So this is grown the violence. And this Lula said, you need a space for indigenous to, first thing, I think this is the first thing, articulate between ministers, different ministers like environmental minister and cultural and health, education, justice. I think FUNAI has to stay in justice minister, and like for health and education, like this kind. I think this is kind the location for track about demarcation land, about the education, have a more articulate, more policies, more money to develop, a continue. I think the new minister could be more for articulation and facilitation and to strong the indigenous policies, especially to receive support like climate, financial, climate to financial, and like the for some investment to contribute to develop indigenous initiative, which have a lot in Amazon, to improve the like political and social rights. I think it's very important for us, and have some space to build a new policy, because you need to refresh like some idea, because 4 years stop it this. You need space for indigenous, different indigenous peoples in Brazil. We are more than 300 different people. You need to dialogate between indigenous and government and National Congress. So I think this is very important to do this between the new minister, include especially international level too. No, I think this.
Thank you very much. Krika, is it you?
Chai, we have been speaking a lot about the state's governors, and we know that the results in Rondônia are not that good for indigenous people's rights and environmental policies. So what are the priorities of the youth indigenous movement there in order to face this? And that also could be replicated in other regions of the biome.
Yeah, unfortunately, our government in my state is Bolsonarista, but they know that we are continuing fighting against all the destruction of our territories, and now we have the presidents with us, and I think we have a good people in the other governors. And what's the priority? I think First, Joanna said, we need to demarcate the indigenous land. We need the end of deforestation. And more than this, now we have the other indigenous congresses, and we need to do laws, because we need think why Bolsonaro could destroy our environmental laws, politicians, why we are in this place now, you know, because in 4 years, he did what he did. And we need to think, okay, now we have a minister, and we really need building a minister that when we have a new government, they cannot destroy. We need building laws, and we need building the agenda that they cannot destroy in other government in the future, you know. And the youth, we expect that in the next copy we can come back how decision makers in official delegation of Brazil. I think this is important because we continue not being the table. We're not doing the decision. And the youth, the indigenous peoples, and all the movement, we need to be there. Because the things not will change the up to the ground. No. If you want change, we need the solutions and the ground to everywhere, you know? So, yeah, I think that.
Thank you, Chay. Now, the last question to all of you, starting with Márcio. Márcio, how can the international community, how can best the international community help us in Brazil in relation to what comes next for the country?
So, I mean, can do a lot. First of all, don't buying products come from the crime in Brazil, come from deforestation in Brazil. It's a long journey. We are working on that for a long time, yeah. And still now you can find a lot of shipments come from Brazil, arriving in many ports and around the world, actually importing deforestation, actually exporting, you know, destruction. In Brazil, land grabbers are acting in Brazil and exporting land grabbers through soya and cattle and gold products as well, even more inside the indigenous land. Yeah, and so there isn't just one. Of course, the Brazilian government is the most responsible for this control, is the most responsible for how to the destruction, but other countries cannot finance the destruction in Brazil. And so the regulation, the EU regulation we are discussing right now are the final rounds of discussion over this regulation is absolutely important. Wetlands, for instance, is one of the discussions. Some countries want to take off wetlands from take out the wetlands from the original paper. It must remain, yeah. And so this is the kind of help, the kind of move countries can do. Also, financing solutions in Brazil. I would say it's very important to ensure that the money will find who will implement the money, who will implement the solution, and we first of all, we need to remember and to refer about indigenous population. They are the most effective people around the world to defend the forests, and they are the forest guardians, and there is no discussion about that. So continuously financing the solutions, because in Brazil, and just to finalize, we must pay attention that the crime in the Amazon is much more powerful than 4 years ago, but much, much more powerful. And in some regions in the Amazon, they represent the most part of the local GDP. So how to face these criminals in a region, and what about the economy in this region? And people who are living just there, they don't have a choice. They don't have other economic opportunities, to bring food to their houses, to their families. And so how to replace criminals there, ensuring the crime will not come back again in this region. And so finance this kind of solution is very important. And so, I mean, it's a set of solutions. International audiences can or must keep pressuring Brazilian government, pressuring the Brazilian Congress, mailing the Brazilian Congress, investing in solution, and don't financing the deforestation in Brazil.
Carlos, would you like to comment too?
Two very brief comments, I promise. First, some of those companies that export products that reach out to the markets, for example, in Europe, and associated or contaminated by deforestation and indigenous blood conflicts with indigenous local communities, are the same that come and promise to end up deforestation by 2025 with a huge marketing campaigns promising that they'll be green in sometime in the future. Meanwhile, they keep profiting from deforestation, destruction, and violence. And the second comment is that international cooperation, Lula promised to reestablish the dialogue between Brazil and the world has welcomed Lula as the new president. He's about to come the next coming days, and he'll be a celebrity in this space here. And for sure, the international community has a role. For example, next year will be challenging to rebuild. Start to rebuilding is always challenging, and international cooperation could contribute to strengthening the government, the capacity of the government in the beginning to start faster by several different ways. Donations, freezing the Amazon Fund, and other initiatives, but also through direct cooperation in different areas, promoting, supporting different sustainable development programs, etc. And so I think I'm sure that this is a part of the dialogue between Lula and some of the leaders around the COP.
Can I just, it's just because it's my, in the words, just to pay tribute to Joana Wapichana, because she's ending his mandate in the Loud Chamber in Brazil. He's ending his mandate as a leader in the Congress, but we will never end your mandate as a leadership for us in the civil society. Your leadership is forever. Thank you very much for resist. In these last 4 years. Thank you.
Final comment. So how best can the international community contribute to what comes next to Brazil?
I think not only to Brazil, but to all the countries that are suffering more. The rich countries need be a obligation, need be a, como é que fala, dever? A duty. They support us, because we are talking about our lives. When we need to stop talk about just economic. We are talking about our future, and this is not our it's not only our, como é que é? duty. It's to all the world. But, and I say to you, we cannot do this alone. And more than this, the indigenous peoples, we are not only the best defenders of the forest, but we have the solutions to change and to win this crisis. Because we are building the solution in our lands, so the companies need to understand that you're not doing a favor. You can provide with this too, if you want. You know, now the Amazon, we don't know nothing about the Amazon. We don't know nothing about the indigenous peoples. And we not are only protect the land, but we are doing a sustainable economic. We are doing a good job in our lands that I think you will really like if you know. You know, we can work together. And if we work together, we can change the world, not only our reality.
It's your turn now, Mauro.
So, first of all, I'm very proud to receive a compliment of young leadership like Shai. First of all, pay attention where the good policies are happening. Pay attention where the governors, the state governors, and municipality governors has good initiatives. Second, help us to structure good projects and good action plans. First of all, donate resource for Eastern Amazon Fund or Amazon Fund that we rebuilt in the federal government. I'm seeing the Avesita Chinchon that represents the Betty Gordon Moore Foundation that donated yesterday $20 million for Amazon Eastern Fund. So it's an enormous significance to us because the Eastern Amazon Fund is burning, and we are structuring this, and it must be successful.
Sorry, Mauro, to interrupt. Could you just describe briefly the fund? What is the money for?
The Eastern Amazon Fund is a financial platform, private financial platform, with a governance hybrid, with public servants and social civil society in the manager that establish the directions, what the policies can be supported in Pará. So we can receive donations with companies and countries and NGOs and to implement policies in Pará. So we must improve this fund because the Pará is a natural leadership in the states of legal Amazon. We don't want to be the unique or exclusive leadership in the Amazon. We want to spread the good initiatives to other states. But one must be the beginning. And the state of Pará is beginning the good policies. So finally, we are open to receive donations like equipment, helicopters, planes, equipments of IT, developers of the systems in IT, because we have to dispute equipment with other areas of the government, like health, like education, like public security. So we have to have our equipment, not only the state of Pará, but the consortium, the collective of the states have to have equipments sufficient to struggle the deforestation. So these things, if you support us, if you help us, we are going to a good way and finally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauro. And now the final words of our potential Minister of Indigenous People. In your opinion, Eugenia, how best can the international community help us on this next chapter?
The first, no final word, but I would like to thank you for your words, Márcio. I think my WOW mandate pretend to be collective mandate for 4 years. 4 years. This is final. Will be in January next year, in January, and I try to be mandate very open, to civil society and different indigenous people and different parties. I know Brazil have a strong challenge for next days or next steps, but Brazil needed the support, not just in word, but financial too, and especially international level. I hope the international community in different countries could help us, and especially to develop the plans or to consolidate the plans, especially for indigenous peoples, especially to protect the indigenous land. And in Brazil, I think not just in Brazil, but in all planet have a crisis, and Brazil economic crisis. I hope can dispute money between the security food and the indigenous rights. I hope the international community can support us, because it is a kind of use is a I say consolidate now. I think in Wapchana, just a minute, and you can consolidate. No, not consolidate. Conciliate. Conciliate. Conciliate agriculture necessary needs for population. I think a lot of people suffer because have hungry, but in it respect the human rights and indigenous rights, land, the health, and the nature, the forest, and the water, the children, the indigenous women, and beliefs. You can consolidate that, and I hope you understand, and it can give you some support for Lula president, because now you rebuild the country, give space to discuss about that. Maybe next copy, invite Chai and civil society to explain how Brazil now, this time, because sometimes Brazil, in my opinion, Brazil have space, but forgot something in people who live in the Amazon, people who live in the border. You have a lot of challenge because you have a human crisis. In Venezuela, they go to Brazil, in my country, the people looking for some solution about economic, about the security, about the health. COVID is stay here. Now, you have a crisis in health and all planet. But one thing, we don't have more time to do something about climate crisis. Everybody can do little things, change behavior, make some reflection about the products which buy more the gold products like, say, Márcio, can influence the government to do the best to control the airport and the commercial things. And because some contracts don't monitorize the product, this product can be from illegal way, especially products from Amazon, like woods, no, like gold, like diamonds, because this product don't stay, the money don't stay in Brazil, go away to outside Brazil. So you need to be very criticize the law, international law. And I know have some concern about the not just capacity building for indigenous, but for non-indigenous people, because need to do about the indigenous rights. Now we have the UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights. It's kind of the orientation for national politics, and this is kind of could orientate and give some say solution, and give for everybody in the world safeguard for indigenous peoples. I hope the international community can advance in this discussion, in negotiation, not just discuss here, not just this space now, financial action. They have the consolidate the compromise. I hope next copy too can more plan, not plan, but report about the action now. No. The ministers, just a few minutes, I forgot to say the Minister of Indigenous People in Brazil. This space is very important, but I hope not be just status for indigenous. I don't want status or just say Minister of Indigenous People. You need structure. You need the baggage. You need financial. You need autonomy. We need to have one strong minister to develop the indigenous plan. No just name, but could include this year. O orçamento, como the budget for this year, for next time, because you know it doesn't work. It doesn't give condition to work. It's good to have Joênia, Sônia, not, but if you don't have condition to work, the people say, oh, indigenous people unable to do. So you need more than space.
You need power and autonomy and budget.
And
yes.
power, yeah.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So Chai, I would like to make a final comments very quickly, and then we wrap up.
Very quickly. Brazil, we are not just here to ask you help. We can contribute with the other countries, you know. And Brazil always leadership when we talk about the climate change, and we can come back to this. So we're not here just to ask, oh, help. We can contribute with the word.
I'd like to thank you. Muito obrigado, Joênia, Chai, Mauro, Márcio. It was a pleasure to have you here. It's so much hope. We've heard today much more words of hope, and thank you everybody who came here to join us, to listen to us. Thank you, Global Canopy, and the incredible communications team of Global Canopy, without whom it wouldn't be possible to make this event. And thank you, all the people from the staff, from Light, from Sound, and from the structure, because it's amazing to make it happen. And thank you also Rainforest Foundation that supported this event and allowed me to be here with you. No, thanks a lot. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Krika, because you are responsible for some of the best events I have seen in COPs in the last few years. I'm being honest. Thank you a lot.
So I just want to thank you, protectors of the land, your land, but our earth, our lungs, our body. And I just want to bring us back just 1 second to that wonderful film we saw at the beginning. We saw the burning, and we saw the axe hit the skin, the bark of those trees. And I just invite you to just think of that, remember, and notice the feeling that came up, that emerged. Just allow that to sink in a little bit deeper than we would prefer to do. This proof of these feelings, this pain, is proof of our interconnection, our interconnectedness. So allowing us to feel the pain of the world is key. We must suffer with the pain. This is compassion that we really have to bring into this climate space. And when we begin to know the immensity of our heart mind, when we allow this pain to arise and feel it together. So what has isolated us by keeping it buried away and not wanting it to emerge, now actually opens outward and delivers us to a wider vision of our interconnectedness, our interbeing. So we're in this together, and thank you so much.
Thank you.